Dedido, the talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Days after facing off with senators in a contentious hearing, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. got some much-needed support today from President Trump.
Well, he's a different kind of a guy. He's got a lot of good ideas, but he's got a lot of ideas. You know, normally they don't have any ideas, and that's why we have problems with autism and so many other things.
Kansas Republican Senator Roger Marshall says the criticism is misplaced.
Anthony Fauci did more to create vaccine hesitancy than Bobby Kennedy will do in his 4 years or 8 years, however long he is as secretary. That's where the problem is. So don't blame Bobby Kennedy for the problems created by Anthony Fauci.
He was on Face the Nation, as was Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who pushed back strongly on President Trump's plan to deploy National Guardsmen to Chicago.
We certainly have sent the administration multiple inquiries about what they're planning on doing. Who are they bringing into Chicago? Are they planning to bring the National Guard in? They've done none of that. They've not even reached out to local law enforcement to try to coordinate.
There are growing questions about last week's U.S. military attack on a boat off the coast of Venezuela that officials say was smuggling drugs. On CBS's Face the Nation, Virginia Democratic Senator Mark Warner.
There are still international laws of the sea about how the process of interdicting these kind of boats. There's supposed to be a firing of a warning shot. You're supposed to try to take it peacefully. My understanding, this boat, none of those procedures are followed.
An American official says the U.S. is deploying additional ships and fighter jets to Puerto Rico to help in the fight against drug smuggling, but he says there is no plan to invade Venezuela. A CBS News poll finds many of those asked are worried about the effects of President Trump's tariffs. Here's CBS News Deputy Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto.
4 in 10 people tell us they're cutting back on spending because of increases from prices that they see as part of tariffs. They think tariffs are going to raise prices in both the short term and the long term.
The U.S. Open men's final is scheduled to get underway this afternoon. A preview from sports reporter Erica Herskowitz.
For the first time in the Open era, Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner will go head-to-head in a Grand Slam final for a third time in the same season. Alcaraz admits it's tough to match Sinner's stamina.
The last 2 years, he has improved a lot physically. He is able to play at his 100% during 2, 3, 4 hours.
Meanwhile, Sinner says playing Alcaraz is always a test.
He's someone who pushed me to the limit.
President Trump is in New York and will be watching the match at Arthur Ashe Stadium as a guest of Rolex, despite imposing steep tariffs on the Swiss watchmaker's home country. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Experts forecast a record $30 billion will be legally wagered on NFL games this season.
The Detroit Lions are getting the most action to win the Super Bowl, followed by the defending champion Eagles.
A bet on a game makes you virtually interested in any game, and you want to, you feel the same passion, the same excitement over big plays. So it's just really what makes sports great is having a rooting interest.
Jason Robbins is CEO of one of the largest betting sites, DraftKings.
We have somewhere between 50 and 100 people working on responsible gaming. We have a whole team of people that reviews. We have actually using AI to analyze and review customer communications and look for things to flag.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Temu could be fined $2 million. The FTC says the online marketplace violated a federal law that requires consumers to be told how to report suspicious activity online. The law also requires online marketplaces to disclose the identities of sellers who do a large volume of business. Christopher.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, The Talk of Guam.
Many companies are moving slow on AI. Thank goodness many employees are moving fast. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Lots of companies have invested money on AI, but in a recent survey from MIT, 95% of them say their corporate investment has so far not improved their profit at all. Zero. Fortunately for those companies, however, their employees are moving ahead on their own, and they're not telling their employers about it. They're just using their own personal accounts with ChatGPT or other AI providers, and that is almost certainly improving productivity. As employees become more familiar with personal AI tools that suit their needs, they become less tolerant of their employers' slow-moving official AI projects. It's a striking difference from new technologies of the past, which employees mostly hated. Now they're leading the way. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Mission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Can you buy a house without using an agent? I'm Greg McBride with thebankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Buying a home is the biggest purchase you'll ever make. Do you have to use a real estate agent, or can you go it alone? The good news is that there's no legal requirement to use an agent to buy a home. In fact, about 10 to 15% of home sales each year are done without a real estate agent. But before you give your agent the heave-ho, consider why you would use one in the first place. A good real estate agent will streamline and simplify the home buying process. If you opt to do the house hunting yourself, you'll also have to research area comps to understand fair market value and be prepared to negotiate if necessary on the price. Your agent can help you navigate the complex paperwork involved, which can include any contingencies in the sales contract, documents required to get a mortgage, and help you find a real estate lawyer to assist with the closing process. Although you can do all of these things on your own, a real estate agent can help oversee the process to make it go more smoothly. For more on this, visit Bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM, 7 minutes after 6 o'clock on a Monday, September 8th. Streaming live and online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the medical city where patients are partners. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Pat's Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paints. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. And Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Teton. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam and treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenos Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Governor Lulian Guerrero has sent back the nearly $1.4 billion budget bill to the legislature on Friday, stating that the proposed measure underfunds the Guam Memorial Hospital and provides tax cuts to the favored few. The 30th Guam legislature passed the measure on August 22nd, which appropriates $22.7 million from the GovGuam General Fund to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority and would lower the business privilege tax rate by 1% by October 2026. Leon Guerrero said in a special video address that the business privilege tax needs to remain at 5% and move the $40 million in tax cuts to be redirected solely to GMH to address its critical needs. Senator Christopher M. Duenas said, however, that the BPT remained at the current rate for 8 years without funding GMH. A special session of the legislature was called Friday afternoon, where lawmakers were to discuss the governor's replacement bill, which would allocate $61.2 million to the hospital, but decided to recess until September 10th to look over the bill. In more news, the Guam Police Department is asking for the community's help in identifying the man who was struck and killed by a motor vehicle Friday evening in Manilao. According to a GPD statement, the incident took place at around 11:19 p.m. on Route 10 Manilao by the Best Wash and Dry laundromat. A male pedestrian who was described as possibly of Micronesian descent was attempting to cross the roadway and was subsequently struck by a motor vehicle. GPD said that the vehicle fled south and was later found by police in Zotnya, and the operator was summoned and interrogated by police before being released pending further investigation. Those with information regarding the identity of the victim can reach out to GPD's dispatch or leave an anonymous tip on the Guam Crime Stoppers website. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Monday, September 8th. Isolated showers will be the rule this week, with the last of the scattered showers pulling off to the west right now. East winds 5 to 15 miles per hour will continue through Wednesday. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Tuesday, then could raise a bit. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least Tuesday. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM. Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy. And you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Keeping you informed with the best. Wave 105 FM.
Nothing today. Head is firmly intact, body firmly on chair. Chair inside studio. Studio in Barragata. Welcome to the Wave. Mornings with Patti. Good morning to you. Hey, guys.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Patti.
How
Welcome
you doing,
back.
man?
Always great to see you. Good morning.
Yeah,
Happy
feels
Monday.
Happy Monday indeed. What day is it? What day is it?
It's
what's the
Monday.
date?
Monday, September 8th.
September 8th.
There you
Anything
go.
happening on
No,
September 8th? No
not-
birthdays?
Not that I
You
know
know, no, we're honoring like apple pie or any
Oh,
of that stuff. Is there like a
you know what?
anything
I
you got to
haven't-
pay attention
I'm
to?
pretty,
You gotta-
you know, and I'm pretty sure there's something going on.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure
This
there's a holiday
month
today.
is set aside for everything.
Yes, it is. Teachers Appreciation. Good morning going out to all the teachers.
Okay. All
Teachers
right. I'm not
Appreciation
mad at
Month,
that.
so we
It's-
can go
oh,
there.
Teachers Appreciation Month. They got a whole month
they
going.
They got a whole month. I think they deserve a little more than a month, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, you know,
get
every
your teachers
day
some
of-
breakfast.
Hey, treat your teachers to some breakfast. You know, they like gift cards.
That's a good one.
Gift
That's
cards
nice.
because
That's a good
teachers
one.
like to go to Ross. I found that out.
Hey, okay.
I found that out the hard way. It's like,
Good
what are y'all
morning,
doing
guys.
here? We're like, well, we got our day off. I'm like, well, okay.
Hey, there we go.
Well, help
That's love.
yourselves. Yeah. Teachers Appreciation Day. There aren't enough of them.
Yep, gotta love them.
And the ones that do hang in there have been there for a very long time. The thing about teachers is that they've been there, done that, seen it all. Can't tell them anything. Is this screen bigger as my face got grown?
No.
Oh, okay. Is that a new monitor?
No.
Oh, okay.
We did a little shifting. We pulled some out here and threw some out there, and we're moving.
Oh.
We're still shuffling things around. Are you
I
good?
know,
Yeah? Are
I'm
you
just trying to-
comfortable?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
oh man,
It's
we
just
messed up, guys.
I feel like my face
Code
looks
red
bigger.
in the studio.
No. I did notice that I didn't near drop the wave portrait behind me
Okay.
because I think somebody glued it to the wall. I think so. It
They
doesn't
might have.
move anymore.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
They
That's
might.
a good thing.
Yeah, we don't want anything falling off the wall, please.
No, especially
there's
with-
enough bouncing
especially-
off the walls. Let's not have anything falling down.
No
now.
kidding, man. Wow. So, hey, fresh back from Honolulu. I think that the world is back to where it's supposed to be, especially if you are a traveler and you've done some of it over the summer. And I'm thinking particularly if you were going back and forth or your kids were coming home for college. And I think that all went down to rest. The standby lists or people trying to get upgrades and all that stuff. It's probably not good for the airlines, but now we're in this lull. If you're going to travel, do it now. Nobody's at the airports. The lounges are wide open. People, dropping their prices in the airport concessions, hoping that you'll come through and, pick up some things. But and it just looks like it's a lot calmer with everybody back in the places that we're going. So I was in Honolulu for about 5 days. I left on last week, Sunday morning, and I arrived back here on Friday night. So it was a very quick turnaround. But I swear, when you travel and you're there for a particular mission, it feels like a really long time. It did. I came home, and on Saturday morning or Friday night, actually, I opened the refrigerator because, hungry. And I still found a lot of the food that I had made over the weekend, last weekend, thinking, wow, this is still here. And I kind of got a little irritated when I realized it's only been 5 days, so leftovers are technically not that bad. I didn't go do a whole lot of shopping because I couldn't. I mean, there were just things to take care of while I was there. But I did happen to go on the very last day to Long's Drugs because I was looking for some Motrin. And I found these. These are something that a lot of kids, if you're from Hawaii, you know.
Wonton chips.
Wonton chips. So they're
Wonton.
basically the wontons that you get, the
I got
dumpling
you.
type of wontons that you get.
Okay.
Sometimes they're steamed or whatever. Sometimes they're fried. These are all the pieces.
Interesting.
These are all the
Okay.
pieces. I mean, they're strips. They're strips, and they're called wonton. Well, wonton, because you know
Okay.
this iconic figure on the front of this bag is something that is very familiar to children who grew up in Hawaii. My kids, of course, recognize this anywhere. But this is like one of those things that it's an old school product. It hasn't changed a whole lot. There's certainly still stuff in there you're not supposed to eat. But I thought that you would like to snack on it and try it.
Okay, cool.
It's
Thanks,
it's
Patty.
just the skin. It's
All
the wonton
right.
skins fried.
That's
But
interesting.
they're-
Got you.
Here, take
Hey,
it
for sure.
and
Thank
let
you.
me know what they taste like. Yeah,
I appreciate
Anyway,
ya.
so wonton
Oh,
chips for
wonton
it would be terrible to come back empty-handed, and I just want you to know that you were the only person that I thought that I know there's many other people I should have gotten something for, but. When it comes to food, I think of you. I don't know why, because you're skinnier than me.
Hey, we were thinking of you too. We're like, oh my God, Patty, Hurricane Kiko, you got to go. Get out, Patty.
Oh, yeah.
Move fast. Yeah. We were thinking about you.
I think it's a head-on
was.
collision, right?
Is
They're
it going
looking
to be? I mean,
I think that all of the, I don't know, when I was
Okay.
following it last
All
night,
right,
that it
all
looks
right.
like it's like a directly headed for them. I really don't know.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. Let's hope it winds down, right? They
Yeah.
don't need no more bad weather in Hawaii. They
Yeah.
don't need no more.
Yeah. They don't need that. They don't need anything. And the homes there are just not built for that sort of
Okay.
stuff. If you're in town or you live in a concrete home, and there are plenty that have had, but a lot of these houses are still wood. And they are compromised during. I've been there for the bigger typhoons that they've had in history so far in the 80s, and there were a lot of places that were devastated. But you compare when you're traveling,
Okay,
especially when
let's
you're
go.
in Hawaii. It's an island. It's all familiar to a lot of people. Lots of Chamorros live there. So it's not a place that that people haven't been familiar with, even if they've either lived there like we did for a long time or have relatives. It's the same. It's just like you look at it but you can't help but compare that the problems that they have there are much like the problems that we have here, only on a larger scale, because it affects far more people, obviously, because they have a larger population. So there's more at stake,
Makes sense, yeah,
right? In appeasing the public and public services. One thing I noticed now, we live in Mokuleia. That's a home that's been there for many years. It's just on a small cul-de-sac in Mokuleia on the beach. So you have a lot of people who are in Hawaii. Going to the beach is a big thing. Having beach access is a huge thing. We have a few access issues in Tumon. People will find these really popular spots that really belong to others, or it's private property, but they figure out a way to look like they're at the hotel when they're really on the beach, right? So the public access is really a thing. And so I know this just in this area because it's a long stretch of beach that isn't as active as you might find the ones like in Waikiki, for example, the more popular beaches that the tourists go to. Locals know these spots. They know where these access points are. And the sad part about it is that it's not sad, but it is something that if you live in that area and you live around a beach, people in that neighborhood and that community, a beach community, understand how to deal with tourists, much like we understand how to deal with tourists. There's not a lot of people with beachfront homes that have to, constantly deal with hundreds of people showing up on the weekend trying to figure out a way to get through your house, right? So a lot of people and I consider it country because it is, a lot of people will put these signs, they're handwritten signs that say, sorry, no beach access. And I thought it was cute because I do feel bad for people who are just looking for a place to hang out in the water and do their family thing. Beaches in Hawaii are world famous. So, so people do say they're sorry. That was one thing. But there's a highway that fronts this whole community from, if you know the area, from Wailua down into Mokuleia all the way to the end, which is Kaena Point. It's a 2-lane highway, and it tends to get a lot of tourists because there's a little airfield out there. They can go parachuting, and they can go gliding. And of course, all the beaches are there. So there's a significant number of people who are just tooling around, just trying to find these roads and, and discover Hawaii. But there's a lot of traffic that has grown there, and people have been speeding through there for many, many years. I know this because we used to do the same thing. It's a 2-lane highway. If you live in the area, but you know how it is in your own communities where you have these roads that seem to be your own private roadways, right? What they've done in Hawaii, and it's not just in that spot, but what they've done in Hawaii on major highways is they put speed humps. They call them, it's a hump, and it's perfectly marked on the roadway. You can be in a major highway and then come up on a hump. So it's not as steep as maybe like one of those speed bumps that we're trying to. It's a hump that will get you to slow down, and without it causing your car a lot of damage or having you come to a complete stop. So it's a long it's wide and it's long. These humps, I mean, they cover both sides of the street, but I was thinking, and they also have some of these rumble strips that they have, like down at Dead Man's Curve.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
I'm not mad at the hump.
Okay.
I mean, if it's going to take somebody to take a trip to Hawaii to understand the hump thing, it's in major towns too. It's not just out in some of the country roads or on the main highways. This I'm talking about the main veins that go through some of these smaller communities to get through the North Shore, which is which is a very, very popular ride around Oahu, at least. They have these humps on different parts of the highway, which just as you feel like you're going to bring up your speed past 35 or 40, you're going to get up into the 50 area. There's signs that saying there's a hump ahead, which means that you got to drop your speed, because you're also traveling through people's neighborhoods on these main thoroughfares that line the beach. People live there, kids play on the street, all of it. And it's a major highway, like Kamehameha Highway. Humps. I'm here for the hump, man. If there's an idea to put a hump at Dead Man's Curve, that kind of takes away from that. Your teeth are chattering, but after you get past Adelaide, your teeth are chattering because you got to hit these that rumble strip.
You don't like the Spirit Air turbulence.
Spirit Air turbulence, I got to say, brah.
Yeah, no, okay, but we got you though. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, but we
More
all
humps.
have great ideas when we go off and travel to other places, and we see how things work on the mainland, and we see how things work in these areas in the States. And I'm here to tell you that what we go through here, absolutely, it hits us and has an impact on us. But there are other jurisdictions that are doing exactly the same thing. They are, and the addressing of public services, some are better at it than others. On Monday morning, which was a holiday, it was Labor Day, I was in Hawaii for that morning, and that morning all I could hear was I was like, it's deafening quiet in the place where we live. It's amazing how quiet it is in that neighborhood. You don't hear but a passing car on the major highway, but other than that, it's just you can hear the waves from your wind, and nothing's. There's some air conditioning in the house, for comfortability, but for the most part, it's a nice breeze coming from offshore.
What? Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
And so my whole morning zen was interrupted by a huge truck that was coming down the street. Again, one lane, cul-de-sac. It was the trash.
Oh.
On Labor Day morning, they were picking up the trash. I was like, wait, it's Monday morning. You'd like to say that the trash is still a service. In Hawaii, it's different than if you don't pick up a trash for a day.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's first of all, it screws up their schedule. And on a large scale like that, you can't have that many thousands or hundreds of thousands of people living in one community not being able to empty their trash. It just makes it harder on, that day off. you got to work extra hard for that day off than you would normally. If you just stayed on the job and, had a holiday crew and that job was to go and pick up for, time and a half, all of the trash. I said, impressive. Because,
Love it.
we had a big dinner last night. I really want to see that trash not still sitting in the trash can. Anyway, Ben's on the line. Hey, Ben, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Patty. Speaking about humps.
Yeah.
We need to put a hump all over this island because it's dangerous driving out there during the day and night. I lived on California Avenue, Patty, Waiwa.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was on that road the other day.
Yeah, that's great. California Avenue, I lived on swimming pool right in the school, and then right across that swimming pool, they got those apartments there. Still out.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to live in this apartments. Everything, 6 floors up and downstairs, 2 floors. U.S. Army, Schofield.
Oh, okay. Were you at?
You been living there, Patty?
Yeah, you lived at you served at Schofield. Is that why you were out there?
No, what I was saying was everybody upstairs and downstairs was U.S. Army.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, so we didn't live in that apartment, Patty. Everybody else was U.S. Army, Schofield. Old tomorrows.
There's that. There are a lot of them out there.
Yeah, let me tell you, Hawaii's beautiful, man. You're not going to find no trash nowhere.
Well, that's not true, but
I don't know where you go. Why not? I hung around those places. Those were what you call but they were clean.
Well, yeah, I agree. The smaller communities, absolutely. In town, it's not. I don't know if you know that roadway that goes between Wahiawa and down into Haleiwa and off to Wailua. It's called Kakonahua Road. That road before used to house all sugarcane. It was all sugar. They had and pineapple. So they had a lot of refineries going on and for pineapple and sugar consumption, but you never saw abandoned vehicles and trash and things. And it was noticeable. It was very noticeable to me this time. There were at least 3 abandoned cars burnt out that I hadn't seen ever in that area since I lived there in the 80s. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that have definitely changed, and certainly even Wahiawa. Wahiawa, like you said, it's a lot of military, but there's still a lot of locals out there, and a lot of locals who are in some bad financial state, and a lot of locals who are messed up with fentanyl and ice. So it's also not a pretty town.
Yeah, that's the kind of town you don't want to hang out in.
No, you
I
don't.
5 years.
Yeah.
I don't know why not. You don't like to go and cruise down that road. Your color is different because the locals there, when I was there, when I first got there, I was wondering why you don't see them down in Waikiki. That was done in Hawaii, and now the people there are outsiders and living on the streets and living in junk cars. It's sad but true, man. And I come back to my island and I find out the same things going on here.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
it's
Hawaii, Oahu's nice.
Yeah.
I used to cruise down Kunia, take down that backside, go down to Mokalea. I used to fish there every morning, every weekend, Patty.
Wow.
And I stopped by the sugarcane and the pineapple and take a couple and put them in my cooler. Yeah, Hawaii, Oahu's nice, man. I don't care where you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, sad but true. And the locals are out on the streets, just like here.
Yeah, you see them everywhere. You definitely see them everywhere, and you see them in places that you hadn't seen before. And it's the same scenario. They still have really bad streets in some places downtown. There's a lot of construction that's going on. I mean, it looks like Guam. In fact, we kept circling around this area on Labor Day, and we kept circling in this area looking for a gas station of all things. And I was like, you could just extract this entire picture that I'm about to take and plant it anywhere in Guam, and it looks the same. So, they always, it makes you really love where you live and understanding, and I learned this a long time ago, that the grass isn't always greener.
I used to cruise down Middle Lonnie before Middle Lonnie was even there. Mililani, Pearl Ridge, Pearl City, all the way down to Diamond Head. And let me tell you, man, I worked at that USS Boatman that's out there. World War II sub right across the Arizona Memorial.
Yeah.
The second most visited place on the wall. Arizona Memorial, then the Boatman. Run by U.S. Retired naval officers that brought that submarine from Washington and mothballs and turned it into a museum.
I see. Yeah.
I restored that shit, that sub, Patty.
Okay, got to go, bro. I got to go. You can't drop them bombs over here. Only I'm allowed to say that. Listen, we are at the bottom of the hour. Thanks a lot for the call, Ben. We'll take a break here for some headline news and some traffic with Dice. We're Mornings with Patty. Be right back.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 FM. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and it's all brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenos Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Last week, Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Josh Tenorio, met with other territorial and national leaders at the 2025 Senior Plenary Session of Interagency Groups on Insular Areas in Washington, D.C. Tenorio, who spoke on behalf of Governor Lulian Guerrero, said that $400 million in federal support is needed in order to construct a new hospital. He said that with the U.S. investing $12 billion in military construction, the new hospital would be about 3.3% of the nation's military investments on the island. Tenorio also called for support in light of federal budget cuts, saying that Guam's $156 million BEAD program allocation is vital for national defense and disaster response in the region. Among other discussion points, Tenorio said in his closing remarks that Guam is considered the tip of the spear for the Indo-Pacific region, and that the island needs national commitment in order to maintain its strength. In more news, the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense will be conducting a test of all of its hazard alert warning systems tomorrow afternoon. Homeland Security said in a statement that the test is separate from its pre-scheduled monthly tests and is being conducted to assess operations and identify any operational issues. There are 22 siren sites that will be tested tomorrow, and residents should expect to hear a pre-scripted voice messaging announcing the start and end of the test and 60 seconds of the alert siren tone. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
All right, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your Real Deal Traffic Report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website at GuamAutospot.com. Again, that's Guam Auto Spot at 478-AUTO. And Mobile Gas Station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. cruising around the streets of Guam for your first look at Monday morning's Real Deal Traffic Report. We're going to get around the northern end of the island. Looking at Route 3 this morning, it looks like traffic is light along Route 3. We got no delays getting around Nick Thames this morning. Astumbo is light as well. For those of you getting along East Sang Sung Road, Ukadu or GRMC, traffic is smooth sailing Guam. From Anderson Air Force Base, it works its way all the way down towards Palos in Jigo. Traffic is light on that end, as well as Machechi Road. We do have school buses making the rounds, so eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in their proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Using that brain power. Wave 105 FM.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
6:40 in the meantime, yes, things do get brighter, don't they? When they look a little bit dim, there's always something at the end of the road saying, hey, look at me. I'm an alternative to you suffering and being so negative. How about some positivity? Wow. I know. I got a little bit deep there. I got deep there because we're at a crossroads in the legislature over who's got the power.
Okay.
It is definitely.
Do they need a hump?
Do they need a hump? I am your hump. I am your hump right here. Let's slow it all down. Let's slow down the pace of this frenzy that is the battle between the legislature and the governor, ultimately over who has the power. There was somebody who wrote something. I think it must have been in the newspaper that they wrote. That this is all, it's all a political show, and some of it is, are we sacrificing the needs of the hospital for the political part of what's happening with the budget? The purse strings are handled by the legislature. They believe they have a very tight grip on how this island spends its money, and they are in charge of the budget. The governor clearly has an agenda and sends down a budget for the entire executive branch showing what is needed and what her, in this case, in the Governor Leon Guerrero, what her agenda is for the next couple of years. Now, Her agenda, by the way, if you're going to split this up, and let's just do a little hair splitting, her agenda for this next fiscal year is part of a campaign for Josh Tenorio to win that Democrat ticket and get back to and keep Adelup in the House. The Republicans, on the other hand, are full of Republicans. I mean, the legislature is full of Republicans. Now, we've got a situation where this is a two-vote drama. What's taking place is a two-vote drama. The Republicans are locked into the override of this veto of the governor's, which she apparently did the other day. Most of what she was arguing about was that there was critical underfunding of the Guam Memorial Hospital, and there's a drop in the BPD that will represent about $40 million. Further down, it will drop down to, in October of next year, down to 4%. And that is a reduction, again, of as much as $40 million. She has then submitted another budget bumping the general fund allocation to the Guam Memorial Hospital to about $61.2 million, and that they still need some support. So we've got an override situation. They passed the original budget with an 11-4 vote. That was to override the governor's veto. They need 10 votes. What they have is 9 for real, 9 for sure. And that's all the Republicans that are sitting in the seat. They have called for a swift veto override while the governor has sent out another replacement budget that exceeds what the allocation for the Guam Memorial Hospital. Now they're arguing that the governor is using this GMH crisis as a political tool. Some of the senators are saying that long-term sustainable solutions over redirecting BPT revenue. The Chamber of Commerce has also voiced opposition to the veto, saying that the BPT rollback is definitely going to benefit the businesses in need and eventually help employees and families, or employers and families. So they went into a special session because the governor asked for one last week, Friday, but the legislature gavelled down almost immediately after they went into session, now further delaying any discussion and deferring the substitute budget until now. I think it's September 10th, which is happening. So what's really going on? What's really going on, again, is the two-vote drama. They won by 11-4. This budget was passed. So now that the Republicans are locked in, they need one more vote. Now, there were only 2 people that did not vote for, Democrats who did not vote for this budget bill, and that was Senator Joe St. Augustine and Senator Munya Barnes. They both supported the immediate 4.5% rollback, but they also were pretty nervous about what was happening over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Democrats who stick with her can say that they will choose health care over tax cuts. That's what's going to be what you and I as voters are going to have to watch over the next year, is that someone is going to use this as a political tool. Now, by one senator, I think it was Senator Chris Duenas, who said she's just using this as a political tool. I think everybody's going to use it. In the end, it's going to benefit everybody who is running for office that are backing up the right choice that they made, rolling back the BPT and or saving the hospital. What the Republicans' line is that it's tax relief and it's legislative power. An override for this means that they set the budget, not Adelup. That's where the game is. That's exactly where the game is. The bottom line in all of this is who really handles the one most important piece of legislation that the legislature deals with every fiscal year, and that is the budget. To be able to have the authority and the control over the purse is a fighting battle. You saw it when passions were all over the place when they were negotiating this budget last month. And on the other side of that is Adelup and the control that the governor can wrest from the legislature and who ultimately is going to be told what can and cannot happen. There's a lot on the line for the governor to be able to control this budget and make sure that the legacy of this administration and the one thing that is on everybody's campaign platform, I do not care how unreasonable a candidate pops up and says they have zero experience, they've had no political affiliations, they came out of the woodworks, they want to run, and they're the last vote getter if they even make it onto the list of even garnering any votes. Healthcare, education, public safety are the three top campaign strategies for anybody running for elected office. GMH is the problem to be solved. It's been the problem to be solved for decades. And I've sat in about 3 of those decades in this chair, and I will tell you, GMH has always been the thorn in the side. They've had many administrations who wanted to make it their legacy to be the one to fix it. Eddie Calvo, to his last days in office, was pushing the agenda for the Guam Memorial Hospital, wanting to dump millions of dollars. I think it was $100 million was his plan into the Guam Memorial Hospital, and that would have righted it. This is even before the idea was hatched and ARPA funds came available for a new hospital to be built. Lulian Guerrero is sitting pretty in a spot because that money was handed to Guam on a silver platter. If you like the pandemic or don't like the pandemic, thanks to the pandemic, that this money was available and landed on her lap. Now she's going to use it and she's going to protect it as much as she can. So we'll find out what that decision will be on September 10th, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's going to be wanting to watch it. But there's a line that has been drawn in the sand. She will not sign a budget that reduces the BPT while GMH remains underfunded, and she said it. Healthcare first, tax cuts later. By vetoing the budget, now what she's done is she reasserts the executive leverage that she has in a legislature where the majority initially voted for the BPT rollback. So this move will signal a couple of things. Her administration's legacy concern, again, fixing the Guam Memorial Hospital, and she'd be willing to take some political heat to make that happen. And she's going to take some political heat from the business sector to protect hospital funding. That, in some eyes, would be the right thing to do. On the other side, now you see that lawmakers who have passed this rollback now view her veto as an overreach, using GMH or the Guam Memorial Hospital as a shield to block any economic relief garnered by the rollback of a BPT. It's less about fine-tuning policy and more about legislative independence. That's the bottom line. They don't want Adelup dictating their fiscal policy. It looks like it's all like it's us versus them. It's Republicans versus Democrats or vice versa, but almost uniformly in favor of an override. The Republicans see that this rollback as both pro-business, right, and they've campaigned on it, and they've gotten a lot of support from the Chamber of Commerce and businesses who probably bankrolled a lot of these campaigns in order, it was an investment, to push this agenda through this 38th Guam legislature. And Republicans all agreed with the Chamber of Commerce to see the rollback. They framed the veto as a power grab and a political stunt, is what the Republicans say of the governor's veto of this budget bill. The Democrats, it's a little more complicated. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of text, so I'm reading my text because people are like, I don't know if you're right. I don't know if I'm right either. The legislature has a lot of, has the Democrats in tow. They've got 6 of them, but they're not all loyal to the governor. That's for sure. Some of the senators voted for this rollback, and they were actually siding with the business community. But she's got to peel away at least maybe 2 or 3 defectors, 2 or 3 maybe, to prevent an override. And that gives her a little bit room to negotiate. Actually, she has 2, but they only need the 1, right? The Republicans only need 1. And when you go down the roster, you see who did not vote for that bill. And you saw who did vote for that bill. 2 people didn't, Son Augustine and Tina Munoz Barnes. So this is actually going to be kind of a litmus test for the Democratic Party and a chance for Republicans to exploit the factions or the fractures in that party that started on the first day of the 38th Guam legislature, bleeding in from the 37th Guam legislature, where it was really clear who the factions were. They don't have a minority leader. They've not agreed since last session on how to run things in the legislature when they were Democrat-led, much less now. So there's a couple of things that are happening politically. Republicans can use this. As you see, Democrats are fractured, and this will be a litmus test for the Democrats to show the people that even though they couldn't come up and come together for the head of the Democratic minority, it is definitely a show of what's wrong with the Democrats. And on the political front, it has long-lasting effects. And what you don't want are long-lasting effects of this bleeding into this next campaign for governor. So we're looking at it from a couple of angles. You're more than welcome to weigh in, but I will tell you the high stakes for the 2026 elections are there. For example, if the override succeeds, they can campaign on, hey, we are the champions of tax relief against a governor who blocked help, right? That's if this override succeeds, they will be able to say that. And all of this, if the veto holds, like Lulian Guerrero did, and their allies or her allies could argue they protected GMH from all of the, political drama of the legislature. But I tell you what, no one is actually going to make any friends with the business community. Again, the governor willing to take that political heat, but she's on her way out. She doesn't have to prove anything much more than the legacy that she's trying to build as being the one governor who can say, I fixed healthcare. I fixed the hospital. We'll see. Again, September 10th is going to be the big thing. So the stakes are very high. That override vote is going to be political ammunition, especially in districts where voters are split between small business owners and their thoughts about working families. Because there are a lot of people who believe that rolling back this BPT at 0.5% and ultimately 1% by the time 2026 October rolls around, that don't think they don't have any employees that are working in the business sector. They're all public service employees in certain families. They're not relying on this BPT rollback to affect the prices inside the store. It's not trickle-down economics here. We're not talking about they're going to be a commitment by this business sector to lower the prices so that consumers can also get relief at the cash register, because that's not going to happen. What they're doing is reinvesting it back in themselves, getting a little bit of some breathing room, take out a notch, and be able to reinvest back in their businesses. Ultimately, we all win. Yes, we do. I agree. I'm not arguing that point. And I think it's been successfully argued all throughout the negotiations, and frankly, I'm weary. But anyway, if the legislature overrides, it's going to set a precedent. It'll be a precedent of executive weakness in these budget fights, and if the veto does stand, then it reinforces the governor's authority to do what she feels like she does best, and that is to find a budget balance and alienating a lot of powerful economic players in this group. And again, is it really any skin off her back if that happens? She's on her way out. But she's also setting up a strategy, because I think her choice for her would be Josh Tenorio. She's going to continue to groom him. Despite everything that's surrounding him, he's her choice. She is going to disappear into the community. She has a viable business that she has run for many years that is currently run by her family. So there's no skin off her back except for, well, it'll be political for sure. I could be all wrong on this, but I was listening to a lot of the conversation while I was away and listening to how people were reacting, at least on social media, to this now argument between the legislature and the executive branch. Where's that going to bring us? We'll talk a little bit about that and more. We also have the governor that's going to join us in a couple of hours, or an hour or so. She'll be on the radio with us. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a break for your CBS News. We got Skylar with the local news. We got Dice with the traffic and what the forecast looks for Guam coming up here on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is defending his social media post from yesterday that reads, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War.
We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
The post was a reference to the Trump plan to send federal agents and National Guardsmen into Chicago, as he has done in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. A CBS News poll finds support for or opposition to Trump's use of National Guardsmen to fight crime depends on one's political party. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys Jennifer DePinto.
Most Americans oppose President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C., and 58% oppose the idea of sending the Guard to other cities. Republicans, who feel deploying the National Guard will reduce crime, favor the idea of sending the Guard to other cities. Democrats, who feel deployments will make their rights and freedoms less secure, oppose such efforts.
There are concerns among economists that the president is trying to take control of the Federal Reserve Bank so he can force it to lower interest rates. On CBS's Face the Nation, the director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, says no president should be able to interfere with the Fed's rate-setting decisions.
I would say 100% that monetary policy, Federal Reserve monetary policy, needs to be fully independent of political influence, including from President Trump.
Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is resigning. He's heard here through a BBC interpreter.
Now that negotiations concerning the U.S. tariff measures had reached a turning point, I thought this was the appropriate time to step aside and make way for the next Prime Minister.
Ishiba's decision follows growing calls from his own party to take responsible for its historic defeat in July's parliamentary election. Florida is ending all vaccine mandates, including for school children. The state Surgeon General, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, tells CNN it's not a ban on vaccines.
We're not taking vaccines away from anyone. What we said was that if you want them, God bless you, you can have as many as you want. And if you don't want them, parents should have the ability and the power to decide what goes into their children's bodies.
The U.S. Open men's final was scheduled to begin about an hour ago, but officials delayed the start time to about 30 minutes ago. They blamed security measures. President Trump is there to see the match. So far, he's gotten a mixed reaction. U.S. Open officials are hoping to keep any off-court disruptions, like the audience booing the president, from being seen on the television broadcast. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Taking kids to school has a big impact on mom's career.
Not all kids have access to a school bus, and so the parents have to figure out how to get them to and from class every day. And according to a new AP Nork Center for Public Affairs research poll, moms take on the responsibility the most, and it's affecting their jobs.
My job has been impacted several times.
This mom lives in Washington, D.C. She says it's a struggle.
I'm having to drive both my kids to different schools, and to get there at a certain time makes it hard.
And she's not alone. 55% of moms say they've been overlooked for professional opportunities, missed work, or have even lost jobs because of school transportation needs. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A black man in South Carolina wants the state to have its own hate crime law. Police say Jarvis McKenzie was shot at by a white man in a racist attack, but there's no state hate crimes law for the alleged attacker to be punished under. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We have 4 minutes after 7 o'clock on a Monday, September 8th. We are streaming live and online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Wise Owl, The Wise Choice in Animal Care. Bank Pacific. Where others place branches, we place roots. King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Pat's Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paints. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Teedzin, brought to you by McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in. It is for a limited time. It's only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas tardes, Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Governor Lulian Guerrero has sent back the nearly $1.4 billion budget bill to the legislature on Friday, stating that the proposed measure underfunds the Guam Memorial Hospital and provides tax cuts to the favored few. The 38th Guam legislature passed the measure on August 22nd, which appropriates $22.7 million from the Gov Guam General Fund to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority and would lower the business privilege tax rate by 1% by October 2026. Leon Guerrero said in a special video address that the business privilege tax needs to remain at 5% and move the $40 million in tax cuts to be redirected solely to GMH to address its critical needs. Senator Christopher M. Duenas said, however, that the BPT remained at the current rate for 8 years without funding GMH. A special session of the legislature was called Friday afternoon, where lawmakers were to discuss the governor's replacement bill, which would allocate $61.2 million to the hospital, but decided to recess until September 10th to look over the bill. In more news, the Guam Police Department is asking for the community's help in identifying the man who was struck and killed by a motor vehicle Friday evening in Manilao. According to a GPD statement, the incident took place at around 11:19 p.m. on Route 10 Manilao by the Best Wash and Dry laundromat. A male pedestrian who was described as possibly of Micronesian descent was attempting to cross the roadway and was subsequently struck by a motor vehicle. GPD said that the vehicle fled south and was later found by police in Zotnya, and the operator was summoned and interrogated by police before being released pending further investigation. Those with information regarding the identity of the victim can reach out to GPD's dispatch or leave an anonymous tip on the Guam Crime Stoppers website. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Monday, September 8th. Isolated showers will be the rule this week, with the last of the scattered showers pulling off to the west right now. East winds 5 to 15 miles per hour will continue through Wednesday. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Tuesday, then could raise a bit. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least Tuesday. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
To 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Good morning, everyone. 9 minutes after 7 o'clock on a Monday morning, hitting the streets right now for your second look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. We got traffic this morning. Heads up, Guam. We're going to have some pavement and we got marking projects. It's going to be along Route 10 this morning between the Route 4 intersection and Payless to the Route 32 intersection. And that will kick off at 9 a.m. this morning. It looks like it's going to roll into the 4 o'clock hour. So again, folks, heads up, coming up and along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Payless. Again, it's going to work its way all the way down towards our Route 32 intersection. Additional delays in traffic will be in Harmon. We have grass cutting on Route 27, Harmon Loop, and Route 25. That's going to be Allegetta Street. And again, folks, this is all going to be depending on the weather. For those of you on the southern end of the island, getting up and around in Alahan, Malolo this morning, nice and smooth. No delays through Epan, as well as those of you working up and around Jonya, nice and smooth through Ordot, as well as Sinahaya. School buses are making the rounds, so please watch your speed limit. Eyes on the roads, no texting and driving. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Make sure that your seatbelt is fastened and that the kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. Your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Craving bold flavors and unbeatable value? Introducing Chili's Double Down Feast. Choose from chef-crafted protein pairings like zesty margarita chicken with ancho salmon, or go premium with the classic sirloin and half rack of ribs. All served with loaded mashed potatoes, starting at just $24.99. It's a feast made to satisfy. With more pairings to try, one visit won't be enough. Only at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
You can't
my musical heart, little Earth, Wind, and Fire for you.
Hey, there
talk.
you go.
This is talk radio DJing.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire is going to be in Las Vegas on October 10th.
October 10th. Mark your calendars,
Yeah,
folks.
okay.
Hey.
Mark your bank account. Is
Or
what
that
I say.
too.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
Or if you're in
if
the
I
area.
disappear, if I disappear October 10th, you know why.
All right, get that.
Okay, so here it is, 7:12 in the morning. We should be expecting a phone call from Speaker Frank Blasey. I've invited him to join us on the radio, and then the governor in about an hour from now will also join the station. Join the conversation. There's been a lot obviously happening on the local front with our budget, and that seems to be the thing that is dominating the conversation right now, at least politically. And everybody's seeming to watch. I don't know why this becomes a push to shove more than any other time in the 40 years of the Guam Memorial Hospital, that it has come to this make or break, I guess. I don't know. Or did it? Can you remember a time where this wasn't a make or break for everybody? The governor is, like I said, she's on her way out. She still has another year left to go in her term, but she's pushing an agenda for her lieutenant governor to ultimately take her place. Sorry. And so she's pulling out all the stops because GMH is a legacy fix for, the fix for GMH is a legacy for any politician. But the governor is doubling down now. There was a headline that read the other day from the outgoing, at the end of the month, Lillian Posadas, who served at the Guam Memorial Hospital for many years, not only as its administrator, but as a nursing supervisor and a regular nurse throughout her time in public service. So she says that she was going to wait till December, but apparently she's going to cut out. The governor, she wrote in a headline I read, GMH staff is our greatest asset. And I think that the governor picked up on that and is appealing to exactly those staffers at Guam Memorial Hospital in an open letter that she sent to the GMH family. The subject line, from me to you, a message for the GMH family. Dear GMH family is how she heads that. And she goes back to the years that GMH has always been a chronic issue and has never gotten better because the population that uses the Guam Memorial Hospital keeps growing. She said that from the beginning of its time, Guam Memorial Hospital has had structural issues, just from the fact that it was never a facility that was built for this. For over the years, an increasing reliability on the public to get their primary health care, because it was a public hospital. And at one time, it was the only place on Guam that you could get any services before the long road to get to GRMC. She argues it's been underfunded for decades. No, I'm not crying. I just have something stuck in my face. That it has been underfunded for decades. No matter how efficient, innovative, and dedicated you are, there are obstacles that cannot be overcome without responsible funding from the government. As the cost of care rises faster than families can pay, the gap only grows wider, demanding more. I just lost my place. Demanding more, there it is, from our government and demanding more from you. That's why I asked the legislature to make a simple choice. Support GMH or give $40 million in tax cuts to the favored few. Some say we should spend the federal money already set aside for the new hospital, but if GMH needs to help now, how does it make sense to wait for a permission slip from Washington or an act of Congress? So what she's doing is asking the public and asking the GMH family, to whom this letter is addressed, to pass Bill 1 and 2 and a substitute bill budget that she submitted. This is what she's asking of the locals GMH family, consumers of the, is to ask senators. I guess she wants a campaign to put pressure on them. Bill 1 is the one that authorizes her, or gives her further governor's emergency powers. Bill 2 authorizes the use of money not the use of money, to install utilities already under the American Rescue Plan Act for the new hospital. And then, of course, the substitute bill that she passed. Leading the senators in the 38th is the Speaker, Frank Bloss, who joins us on the line this morning. Good morning, sir. How are you? It's been a while.
Good morning, Patty. Yes, it has.
I'm glad to have you on the radio. Thank you very much. I don't know if you saw the latest letter that the governor sent, or the release that just came out I guess it just came out now, but it's a letter that was addressed to the GMH family yesterday. Did you get that?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just got it myself, but it's basically a read of what's happening in the legislature and an appeal for consumers and the GMH staff to, I guess, do full court press on the legislature to pass bills 1, 2, and her substitute budget bill. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I'm assuming there's a whole lot of lobbying going around. Can you talk to me about this? You did say to the media that you have the votes for an override. Is that
Yes, I'm confident, Patty, that we do have the votes for an override. But at the same token, and I've asked the governor. I said, look, please, we need to separate the two issues out here, and not hinge one on the other. And so I was, despite that, obviously she took the course of wanting to fold them all of them in. And when you're talking about folding all of them in, let's take, for example, the substitute budget bill that she wanted us to consider. That's over 180 pages, and you want us to do that in that span of less than 2 hours to be able to digest that. And then act on it. I didn't think it was prudent to be able to do this and give some time for my colleagues to be able to go over the bill and prepare yourselves, and then come back in at a later time to be able to discuss it. Obviously, before the start of the next fiscal year. So that's what we did. With regards to bills 1 and 2. There was a discussion that I had with the governor, and this was spurred by, again, an event or a series of events that occurred at the hospital about 3 weeks ago, and asking for them to be able to take action based on what has happened and what the GMH family was seeking assistance for. And so I said, okay, Governor, can you please take action on this? And, what do you need to be able to help you? We stand here to assist. We had a discussion over the phone about what was necessary, and I thought I was very clear. I said, Governor, if you believe that you don't have the powers to take any action right now, what are those powers that you're going to need to be able to do that? As well as, okay, if there are other emergencies, in state of emergencies, what are those powers that you're going to need for that as well? And we'll just go ahead and take care of that. Then what happens as a result of those conversations is we have 2 bills before us that had expanded the scope of what our discussion was, and then folded in the medical complex and the issues that were being had because to be able to do this. And I'm like, Governor, please, let's deal with first the GMH emergency, the fire and the HVAC system. What are those things that are necessary to fix those events? The damages from those events. before we even get into talking about this, but when you say, oh, this is necessary because this is a state of emergency, as governor, there's a big difference between a state of emergency and a state of urgency. Now, she and I have, well, obviously we disagree on certain things, but I'm not going to fight her on it. And I'm going to, at the behest of my colleagues, practice prudence and have these discussions. If it's going to expand into something that you want to do down the future as to what you want to do now, we need to be able to separate that out.
When you said that you have the override votes, why wouldn't you just start there?
Because by procedure, we can't address an override vote in the middle of a special session. Law and our rules dictate that we can only deal with the issue. With the bill that is presented by the governor in a special session beforehand, nothing else. So I cannot put in the override of a veto into a special session because it'll break the rules and make it null and void.
And so what we're dealing with are at least one of these senators coming over to vote, and that would be St. Augustine or Tina Munya Barnes by deduction. Or both, yeah, absolutely, or both. And they both have a vested interest because they did make amendments to the budget bill and fought pretty hard for them. So I guess the question is, which one of those is likely to vote with the Republicans for an override?
I'm going to, in our house, Patty, your voice is as good as gold. And that's all you really have on the floor to be able to rely on. And so I'm going to rely on the commitment and of the conversations that I had with all of my colleagues. And you can't discount just because there were two Democrats, two members of the other party that voted along with the Republicans. Can't discount any of the Republicans either. I don't never count your chickens before they hatch. And so what you do is you rely on the commitment of the vote and you stick with it when it comes time to vote.
Yeah, crossing to override risks obviously being seen as abandoning GMH at one point, at a moment of crisis, but it also preserves legislative unity. Which one is more important?
I don't think that's where we need to be able to separate out. The budget bill, first off, is for something that is going to occur in the start of the fiscal year, okay? And in the budget bill, there were many provisions that provides GMH the assistance that they're looking for in the next budget year. We can't pass the bill today and then it becomes law and every provision in that bill is now effective. It's not going to be effective until October 1st. Okay? So you got to be able to separate that out. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, in that budget bill, again, I don't see where it's abandoning it. It is giving them the resources that are necessary, and giving the governor the resources that are necessary to be able to address some of the concerns or the concerns that they have at GMH. So it's not abandoning it.
But I think that's the frame of it at the moment. It looks like this is the one or the other, a death knell for either, is really part of the regular on the street conversation of people who
and the on the street conversation was based on an individual before, and this is where I caution individuals and take the time. Unfortunately, she's going to force you to take the time to be able to read the 190-page budget bill, as well as the 20-some pages for that contain the two other bills, so that you can understand the provisions and you can understand what's going on here. To say that if you don't pass this substitute budget bill, you're hurting the GMH family. No, it's not. No, it's not, Governor. If you take the time to read the 190 pages, whether it be the vetoed bill or the substitute bill. But that said, even if we vote on it today, it's not effective until the start of the fiscal year, which is October 1st.
Yeah, that narrative is established by anybody who is in this argument or this fight between lowering the BPT and making money available for the Guam Memorial Hospital. That narrative is already out there. So, I'm probably not going to sit down and read 190 pages of the budget bill to understand it, because over the past 40 years, anybody who's ever lived on Guam in any capacity as a partisan or a supporter of any governor who's come through here, this is the GMH story that never goes away. Insert a year, and this fight has been there, right? So I don't know if the 190 pages is going to change people's minds about what they ultimately see at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and that is all hell has broken loose. And whether the narrative is that it's even more important now than it ever was, or this is just another GMH crisis that creeps up every fiscal year.
Yeah, and you're right. That it's a matter of wanting to put the priorities where the priorities should be placed. I'm not going to get into the argument, as to what should have been done before. I'm going to, let's talk to the here and now. And I believe that first off, the need to be able to take care of some of the issues that occurred as a result of the events, 3 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. That's a priority, as well as many other places is a priority. But you got to take it in the bites that you're able to take it at. But then when you decide that you're going to want to eat your dessert at the same time you're eating your pizza, then you're like, okay, wait a minute, what are you doing there? And why is it that, now we're making the dessert the priority over the pizza? And so that's where it becomes muddied, if you will.
And I think that's two sides of this. Scenario. The third side is that some people do actually eat pizza as dessert. So you've got the two options, right? You got an override path number one, which is 9 Republicans, and then you've got St. Augustine, you got 10. You have override path number 2, you've got 9 Republicans, you get Tina Munoz Barnes, that equals 10. Or the other scenario is that no Democrat crosses and you still got 9 votes and no override.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And that's where we're at. I'm not. There's no way to sugarcoat it, and because those are the facts. Yeah. And so that's what we have to deal with. Come time that we will need to address the override, of the veto.
Yeah. How does this fare? For those of us who are political spectators, how does this fare in an upcoming campaign where there is a very stacked list of people who want to get in there, multiple Republicans and a couple of Democrats, you being one of them? How does this stack up for an individual? I guess we'll use you as an example, trying to take over Adelup. Would this in one way or another affect the powers of Adelup? Or does it set a precedent on how this vote will affect the dynamics of the executive branch weakened by the legislature not being as formidable in budget talks and an override of the veto, and on the other side of that, give more power to the legislature and specifically the Republicans that they're on the right side of the line in the sand that the governor has now drawn?
Well, first off, okay, let's talk about the priorities. The priorities are the things that are happening here and now. Okay, your election is in the future, and if you're going to base what you want to be, what you feel and know that needs to be done today, based on what you desire to have next year, you're doing that for the wrong reasons. Okay, and take your bumps and your bruises as you come along. Obviously, Patty, whatever decision any individual makes, let's be honest. Let's be fair with me. Okay, any decision that I make today, first off, I recognize in my line of work, I'm not always going to get 100% consensus.
Mm-hmm.
And there are going to be people that no matter what decision I make is because it's made by Frank Boss, therefore it's not good. Okay? Never mind if it's got credence, never mind if it's got facts, never mind if it's got the money, never mind if it's got the purpose, but because it's from Frank Boss, it's not good. That's a fact of politics. So if you're going to fear that, then you're not going to do right for what you need to do for the betterment of the community. I've experienced it, Patty. I've made decisions that I felt were necessary, that I felt were the right decisions were made, but unfortunately, it wasn't something that was appreciated by a majority of the people, and therefore, yes, I suffered the consequences. But you know what? It didn't steer me away from what I needed to get done. And so, so today, obviously, the actions today are going to affect, what may have to occur with the individual who is going to be taking over ADLUB in the future. Deal with it.
Okay.
You're going to have to deal with it.
So now that we've got, it feels like now that we've got some time before, this override vote is taken in that session, you're staring down two Democrats. I would call Joe San Agustin a swing vote because he supported the 4.5% rollback, right? And he also authored different, the amendments, the one about the rainy day fund for sure. He could cross to override if he's been given some GMH sort of backfill assurances. So he would be a swing vote. I'm thinking Tina Muñoz-Barnes is more of a toss-up. She did support the 4.5, but she also had really strong oppositions or reservations. And she might be swayed if there's some sort of contingencies or some kind of earmark for GMH. Which of those two, if they both do cross over, which of those two sounds more likely to be number 10?
Interestingly, Patty, in what you had just basically, referenced or talked about is exactly what both had gotten and exactly the concerns that both have. Exactly the concerns that every one of us have. Okay, is how what are those contingencies? What are those things that we can set in place to be able to help GMH in the future? Again, it's for a bill that is not going to take effect until October 1st. And when October 1st comes, were those contingencies or were those concerns addressed in this bill? Yes, it was. Yes, it is. So. Can I get the vote for it? Yes, you can. And so that has been that conversation. So as you point out, the concerns of either Joe or Tina, those are the same concerns that Vince has, that Carol has, that Shelley has, that Sabrina has, that Jess has, that Chris has, and that I have. Okay, and that Sean has, and Tony has. So again, we're not going to. Again, I'm not going to count my chickens before they lay eggs. We'll continue to have those conversations, and to show, look, you wanted to be able to take care of this. We've been able to find, an area or a provision or the money, if you will, to be able to take care of this. You want to be able to make sure that this money gets spent in this fashion. Here it is. Propose it, and let's put it in. So this wasn't a budget that was rammed down people's throats. This was a budget that we all worked on. We all were able to contribute, and in some cases, when you if you made a proposed amendment, if it didn't pass, that's the rule of the body. It's the rule of 8. If it doesn't get it 8, it doesn't pass. If it gets it more than 8 or more, it does pass and it gets put in.
Right, and so it does make sense in the Republican caucus that everybody voted, or almost all will override, and for a number of reasons. Chris Duenas, obviously, he authored the bill, so there's that. You have Jesse Lujan, who's been a big fan, Sean Gumatau, all for an override, and have been pushing. You, on the other hand, it's a different role, I think, for the speaker, because now it means it has some political weight of the branches, that you definitely would see another interest in wanting the legislature's budget authority to be respected. Does that work? Yes. So that does work in this sort of political analysis of everybody's concerns. You're going to override you're going to override from your own personal perspective that the legislature is the branch that will put out a budget, and that authority will be respected. Is that part of it?
Yes, and that's the very essence of that's our job. Okay, with regard to how you're going to be able to fix the hospital, what the procurement that you're going to need to be able to buy the parts, that is not in our lane. And any attempt to be able to say that this is how we're not going to govern from the legislature. That's been a practice in the past that many of us have been uncomfortable with, and we stay in our lane. However, when we stay in our lane, these are the things that here's the money that is going to be utilized so that you can fix this problem. How you fix that problem is obviously that's the responsibility of the executive branch. So yes, you're right with regards to the budget. We may have our disagreements as to how much money there's going to be, or where the money, how much money should be put in certain places. But that is our job, to be able to set that policy, and you live within those means. That's the expectation.
Yeah, and
as much as you expect me to provide you the ability and the authority to be able to move forward, I expect you to be able to move forward with those abilities that I gave you.
On bills 1 and 2, what is your, you guys gavelled out as soon as that went into special session. What's the general thought? Is it partisan about bills 1 and 2?
No, it's not partisan, Patty. Again, it goes back to the initial conversation. Is fixing the problem that existed, that occurred at GMH 3 weeks ago. When you have an HVAC system that went down, when you had a fire, an electrical fire, and you had to evacuate, some patients on the floor, it's the ability to be able to address those areas, okay, and those things that have occurred. Now, when you bring to me a bill yes, it makes reference to those issues, but then has put more emphasis on a future project, it's like, no. I'm sorry, we're going to have to separate these out. In some cases, I'm looking at it like, with my old adage, what's that got to do with the price of Tang and Happy Mart? When I'm talking about a fire and I'm talking about, a system failure, an electrical as well as a technological system failure, there were provisions in that bill that had nothing to do with that.
Can we do both at the same time?
And can we do both at the same time? Yes, we can, but be honest first and wait a minute, where's this coming from? And to have a special session and not have the discussions as to where this came from, I think that's disingenuous and is not the right thing to do.
Does it matter where it came from? I'm not following on the part about where it came from. Is it because the governor introduced it? Because there's been a call for emergency. There's been a call for emergency declaration for a while.
No. Yes, there has been a call. There's been a call for a special session to deal with an emergency situation. Yeah. But when you decide that you're going to pay again, you're going to mix in a state of urgency into a state of emergency and make the state of urgency more of a priority than the state of emergency. There's got to be a discussion as to how this occurs and why this is occurring, which is why we're going to have the public hearing for both the bills this Friday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, I completely understand the point. The GMH has been in a state of urgency for 40 years as it stands. So it's in year 2025 when they start screaming that the sky is falling. You have to understand the constituents sit around going, it's been falling for a long time. And the argument is,
and it's interesting too because they agree. I mean, if they were the ones who wrote to the governor and said, "Governor, please, we need immediate help. Can you give us the immediate assistance?" They're the ones who are calling, and even when bills 1 and 2 have been introduced, it was the GMH family that was disappointed. It says, no, our issue is not with what's going to happen in Manila. Our issue is what's happening in our hospital. I said, exactly. Yeah. Now, please understand, this is where we're at, and this is where we need your help. Is get then with the governor and ask the governor to consider, this dilemma and this plight. Okay? So when you say, and earlier when we started this conversation, you said the governor is asking on the GMH family to be able to push us into dealing with bills 1 and 2. I'm sure that they're saying, Governor, that could have been resolved that you just stuck with what was necessary and what was needed as opposed to what you want to do down the future. It's fraught with what you want to do down the future, Patti. And I'm just talking about Bill 1.
Yeah.
I haven't talked about Bill 2. And we don't have enough time in your show to be able to go through that.
No, I agree.
Again,
I understand. Yeah, I absolutely understand. I respect the fact that the call for the public to weigh in is absolutely crucial. I just hope that the GMH family is going to be at any one of these public hearings to say one way or the other, considering we are making them the stars of the show. So I guess the bottom line,
and that's what we should all expect. Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
It's just for them to come in and then to be able to to bring their concerns and to help the bill with a better bill. I'm not going to discount that the bill is not. I'm not going to say that this bill's not going to pass or isn't going to see. That's why we're going to have the public hearing.
The Republican majority obviously poised to override. They need just one Democratic vote to clinch it. Which way the two, I'm thinking uncommitted Democrats to a point, or how they lean, could determine the outcome. I want to know whether or not this sets the tone for future budget law dynamics and for the 2026 election and its strategies.
It's always going to be that, Patti. Yeah, your super majority or your majority is something that even if you have 12, okay, let's say you had 12 Republicans, okay, there's no guarantee you're gonna have the 10 votes that are necessary. Each senator is his own or her own vote. Okay, you can only is make the commitment and go by your word. And so I've never discounted, I've never taken for granted that even with 9, that you're going to get your 8. Obviously, with 9, you need one more to get 10. That's always going to be the struggle, no matter what legislature you're in, and what year this budget bill comes out. So it's not something that's unique to 2025 looking into 2026. It's got its own uniqueness, just as every budget bill that every year has had.
I'm really looking forward to the campaign slogans, especially since Joe is running for governor and Tina running for lieutenant governor. They both have some pretty high stakes on which way to go on this. And it sounds like the way it's being framed, at least by the executive branch, it's either you fund GMH fully to where it needs, or you put more money back into the rich. That's the way it's been framed. And so whether or not they can beat or dispel that that narrative is really going to be worth more than what they get paid for.
And I'm very confident that there will be.
Okay.
They're able to.
Okay. Well,
okay?
It is absolutely good to hear from you after such a long time. Thank you, Senator or Speaker, and we look forward to talking to you after this is all done.
Okay, Patty, you take it. Have a great day.
Absolutely. I
All right.
certainly am already. We are at the bottom of the hour, however. We got a little past the bottom of the hour. So let's hit some headlines, yeah? And some traffic. Be right back.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. This is the Wave 105 FM Mornings with Patti with your local headlines for you right now. This is Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's all brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas tardes, Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Last week, Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Josh Tenorio, met with other territorial and national leaders at the 2025 Senior Plenary Session of Interagency Groups on Insular Areas in Washington, D.C. Tenorio, who spoke on behalf of Governor Lulian Guerrero, said that $400 million in federal support is needed in order to construct a new hospital. He said that with the U.S. investing $12 billion in military construction, the new hospital would be about 3.3% of the nation's military investments on the island. Tenorio also called for support in light of federal budget cuts, saying that Guam's $156 million BEAD program allocation is vital for national defense and disaster response in the region. Among other discussion points, Tenorio said in his closing remarks that Guam is considered the tip of the spear for the Indo-Pacific region, and that the island needs national commitment in order to maintain its strength. In more news, the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense will be conducting a test of all of its hazard alert warning systems tomorrow afternoon. Homeland Security said in a statement that the test is separate from its pre-scheduled monthly tests and is being conducted to assess operations and identify any operational issues. There are 22 siren sites that will be tested tomorrow, and residents should expect to hear a pre-scripted voice messaging announcing the start and end of the test and 60 seconds of the alert siren tone. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Okay, Guam, good morning, everyone. 10 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets really quick. Here's another look at your Real Deal traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's available on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas stations, Mobile Indy. Download our app today for some exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. We're looking at traffic this morning for those of you on the southern end of the island. It looks like 8 o'clock rush hour is moving early this morning, as we do have ourselves some north and both southbound traffic up and around the main gate of the Naval Station, Jose Rios Middle School intersection, north and southbound traffic. PD traffic is also beginning to pick up, getting around 76 Circle K, or day by day this morning. You will find some delay. After that, it's going to be smooth sailing through Asan. Getting around Anigua sees no issues at all. West O'Brien Drive is nice and clear. The Agania Shopping Center getting up and around Hagåtña this morning, or the Chamorro Village, you will find some north and southbound delay, as well as East Hagåtña this morning. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones, no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. And remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. Let's make sure that your seatbelt is fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 FM. And it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Station.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
If you want me to stay, I'll be around today to be available for you to see. I'm about to go, and then you'll know for me to stay, I got to be me. You'll never be in doubt.
Slide of Family Stone. Digging it. About 6 minutes now before the top of the hour. So I got something. I guess everybody was getting it last week. It looked like it was forwarded many times from multiple sources. Yeah, we all got that one thing, the whole, let me see if I can find it because it sort of laid out all of these. Okay, all right. I don't know. I don't know who to believe. So they're talking about the elections, and then I think that, where is it, who sent me the whole lineup of who's running? Did you see that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where is that? Where is that?
Oh, man.
I got it on a
I
number.
got to fish around. Let me fish around some chats.
Yeah,
here.
it was, right, what chat did it show up?
Right? It's like, what chat was it?
Let me, oh my God. I got, let me go down my list of, like, interesting people who might have sent that to me. No, not them. They always delete their things. Okay, is this one? These guys, the old spam chap alumni? No, you didn't see that one. Would this one be it? She's always, yes, she is. She's always,
Yeah?
I got someone who's always got her nose in everything. Yeah, that's where it came from.
Those are the best.
Those are the ones.
Those are the
because you know
best.
you're going to get the real stuff.
Here we go.
So it was the gubernatorial elections, right?
Ooh.
And where did this come from? Was this the Guam blog? I think it was Romeo who sent all this one out. Romeo's active. Okay. He did get one wrong.
Oh, okay.
But he named him. I'm talking about Romeo Carlos, by the way, from Guam blog. He's back.
Are all these numbers legit, or how are we looking? I mean, all the
no,
contenders?
I don't. Here's what I know. Tina and Josh. Yes, that's for real.
All right. That's good to go. Okay.
He calls them the wild cards. Barnett Terlahi, always heard that since his first term, that he was already, the two of them were already lining up as a. Joe and Dwayne St. Nicholas have already sort of declared. They went out on social media and they had lunch together, and so there was that. I've said Mike Cruz. I have said Mike Cruz since the beginning of time. I said Mike Cruz is going to be. Who was his Mary? And it was a choice between, I guess, Mary Camacho Torres, and then the other one was Mary Okada. They don't know. And then, of course, you have EJ and Senator Tony Atta. So which, and then this is the one that I actually hope would happen just for the entertainment value. Just for the entertainment. I've made no secret. I've made no secret of my disagreement with both Telotai Tigui and Moylan, but matching up together makes a super disagreement. But there, I'm here for the campaign slogan. I'm here for debating. I am here for this. I'm here for everything. That duo right there, I'm here for it. Please make it happen. This will definitely be fun. And then there is, I guess that's it. Those are the front runners, except the one he got wrong, which was Ginger Cruz and Attorney Jay Areola, because he also sent me, or somebody sent me this morning, No Way Jay. That was the heading, that Jay Areola, whether in court or on a ballot, he scares them, but fear not. No way, says powerhouse attorney Jay Areola about a run for Adelup. I just didn't see it. I didn't see it. Ginger and Jay, I just didn't see it. We got JC? Jesus Christ? Oh, okay. Oh, the other JC. Good morning. How are you? This is Patty.
Hey, Patty, welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
How's everything?
Everything is good. How about for you?
Oh, fine, because I'm talking to you.
Oh, cool. Me too. What can I do for you?
Hey, you know what? I got an opinion regarding DOC as deputy.
Okay.
The DOC been having problems with manpower. A lot of things happening,
Yeah.
With drops and everything, coming in. Even though no matter what the guard does, they still didn't do their job right, They're still coming in, what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
And the PD, what I'm saying, I've been hearing years and years for regarding manpower. And it's never enough. It's never enough. My opinion is we need National Guard to support the DPD, and we need the National Guard also to support the DOC to amend the manpower.
Yeah, if the National Guard wasn't National Gardening.
But I don't know is the government
his
budget
head?
on that National Guard or the federal?
I'm just talking about the National Gardeners that were out there trimming trees and things in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get an idea like Trump, Trump is a crime fighter, If a lot of things is not doing right,
Yeah.
He's
I don't...
Commander-in-Chief. He's the Commander-in-Chief.
Oh, that's true.
He has every right. I'm not speaking for him, but it seems like anything he does.
Well, on the state level, it's up to the governor. The governor is the authority over the National Guard of that state. They are the commander in chief. Can he Trump? Yeah, and he has. But you're also seeing how these governors are pushing back. There was a huge protest in Washington by people who were saying, "Leave our town alone." There's a huge blockage that's happening in Chicago. I think that they've put out a bunch of state vehicles, state transportation vehicles to block the path. ICE has been turned away. I mean, the states are fighting back because they know, and they're fighting it in court, that the National Guard is under the authority of the governor. That's our governor of Guam is the commander in chief for the Guam National Guard. So,
for Guam,
yeah, but no,
we need because I haven't seen police in every village or maybe on the road, maybe on the highway, but I'm talking about village. I haven't seen any. I've been here for many years, and lucky if I see them. Maybe if a family violence happens, guarantee.
Okay. Hey, JC, I got to roll, brother. Thank you much. Thank you so much for calling. My pleasure. Somebody wrote Marcel Camacho. I don't understand why I keep forgetting that one. Maybe it's because he went out so soon.
I see.
Remember, he declared so soon.
Right on.
And then he was like full on blitzing social media during that time that, but I haven't heard a peep out of him since. So I don't know if he's still. Probably should text him and ask him if he's. Are you still running? Because nobody has put him on the radar. That people on the side have been going, "Don't forget about Marcel." Yeah, and I'm like, you're absolutely right. Unless he says he's not, he is still part of the game. Listen, we've hit the top of the hour, and we are back into some headline news with the CBS, and then we've got Skylar with the local stuff. Dice has got your traffic and weather ahead here on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said today the senators who questioned and criticized him during a contentious hearing last week are compromised.
All of those senators are taking hundreds of thousands of dollars, including, in some cases, millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry, so they don't want to hear the answers to the questions that they asked me.
He spoke on Fox. President Trump said today Kennedy may not be conventional, but he is effective.
We're coming up with the answers for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do.
An unsurprising split along party lines on the deployment of National Guardsmen. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
CBS's Deputy Director of Elections and Surveys is Jennifer DePinto. She says the latest poll found Americans are not too fond of the National Guard troops in the nation's capital.
Most Americans oppose President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C., and 58% oppose the idea of sending the Guard to other cities.
Those in favor of President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops are largely members of his Republican base, and they say it reduces crime and makes them feel safer, even if they themselves do not live in cities.
On social media today, President Trump showed his frustration with Hamas. He wrote, "Everyone wants the hostages home. Everyone wants this war to end. The Israelis have accepted my terms. It is time for Hamas to accept as well. I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. This is my last warning. There will not be another one." In Gaza City today, an Israeli strike hit a building. Strikes in the enclave today killed at least 13 Palestinians. Overnight, Russia launched its largest aerial attack on Ukraine since it invaded the country in February 2022. At least 4 people were killed and 20 homes destroyed. And for the first time, Russia has hit a government building. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford is in Kyiv.
The whole of one entranceway of the block of flats is blackened. There's a massive hole in the side of the building, and that is where a young woman and her 2-month-old baby boy were killed this morning.
At a fair in Abensburg in southeastern Germany today, a rowdy crowd cheered as Oliver Strumpfel tried to break his own world record by carrying 31 mugs filled with beer all at one time. He came close, but as you'll hear, he didn't make it. Strumpfel, who works as a waiter in beer tents, says he'll try again next year to break his record of 29 mugs of beer. His goal, 33. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Music may soothe the savage beast, but a new study finds it does wonders for back pain as well.
Researchers at Harvard have found patients who listened to music while they were in the ER for back pain showed decreased levels of anxiety, which in turn decreased discomfort.
Dropped your hand while dancing, left you out there standing.
Study participants chose songs to listen to for 10 minutes before doctors measured their pain levels on a 10-point scale. Some used a curated relaxation playlist. Others chose pop music. Lead author Charlotte Goldfind, an instructor in emergency medicine, notes there was some Taylor Swift in there, too. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A man in his 50s has died in a shark attack near Sydney, Australia. He was brought to shore Saturday morning and died there. Police have closed the beach and they're working with experts to identify the shark species. Nearby beaches have also been closed. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. 8:07 in the morning on a Monday, September 8th. Streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paints. Your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Teton, brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in, it is for a limited time, and it's only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenos Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Last week, Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Josh Tenorio, met with other territorial and national leaders at the 2025 Senior Plenary Session of Interagency Groups on Insular Areas in Washington, D.C. Tenorio, who spoke on behalf of Governor Lulian Guerrero, said that $400 million in federal support is needed in order to construct a new hospital. He said that with the U.S. investing $12 billion in military construction, the new hospital would be about 3.3% of the nation's military investments on the island. Tenorio also called for support in light of federal budget cuts, saying that Guam's $156 million BEAD program allocation is vital for national defense and disaster response in the region. Among other discussion points, Tenorio said in his closing remarks that Guam is considered the tip of the spear for the Indo-Pacific region and that the island needs national commitment in order to maintain its strength. In more news, the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense will be conducting a test of all of its hazard alert warning systems tomorrow afternoon. Homeland Security said in a statement that the test is separate from its pre-scheduled monthly tests and is being conducted to assess operations and identify any operational issues. There are 22 siren sites that will be tested tomorrow, and residents should expect to hear a pre-scripted voice messaging announcing the start and end of the test and 60 seconds of the alert siren tone. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Monday, September 8th. Isolated showers will be the rule this week, with the last of the scattered showers pulling off to the west right now. East winds 5 to 15 miles per hour will continue through Wednesday. Seas of 3 to 5 feet will continue through Tuesday, then could raise a bit. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least Tuesday. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Time is running out to join us for the first ever Run for Wishes. It's all going down Saturday, September 13th at the Leo Palace Resort. There's still a chance to register or volunteer and be a part of something truly special. Every step, every smile helps bring hope and makes dreams come true for children in Guam and the CNMI. Don't miss this moment. Make a weekend out of it by booking our Run Weekend Stay Special. Visit Leo Palace's Facebook and Instagram today for more information. And we'll see see you at the Run for Wishes at the Leo Palace Resort.
Hafa Adai, Guam, good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. Hitting the streets right now for another look at your real deal traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's available on our website at guamautospot.com. And Mobile Gas Station, download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 this morning between the Route 4 intersection and Payless. It looks like it's going to work its way around the Route 32 intersection, and that kicks off at 9 a.m. this morning, and it could roll into the 4 o'clock hour, all depending on the weather. Again, guys, just a heads up, getting around Route 10, again, that's going to be between the Route 4 intersection and Payless, all the way down towards the Route 32 intersection. Aside from that, we do have north and both southbound traffic along Route 10 this morning. That's going to be in Barrigada. It looks like major delays getting around Antillon Middle School coming up and around Wendy's in Barrigada North, and both southbound traffic there. UOG, that's going to be the University of Guam, or Payless in Manila. We got north and southbound there. Route 8, that's going to be Mongmong to Mighty. Additional delays outside of the Barrigada Fire Station up and around KFC in Barrigada or Harvest Christian Academy. We would like to remind and encourage all the motorists, eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that the kids are strapped safely in a proper booster and car seats.
Hats Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Hey. These are the eyes that never knew how to smile till you came into my life. And these are the arms that long to lock you inside.
Oh, look at us. Look at us playing grown folk music.
This is, okay.
Look at us. She's like, I don't know what I'm playing, but girl, I'm just working with you. I'm working with you. I admire it because I know that you know what that feels like, that little bit of a soul inside the music feels like. I know it's not lost on you guys. My producer, I did send her a playlist. I was like, listen, man, listen, this is the stuff I'm going to fight for. Just a little sprinkling of some moments that we can have that just show us what generation that we come from. Because it is not easy sort of being in an age group where probably all of your memories are really not important anymore to anything, right? Unless what's your most recent modern history that you can use as a resource for the events of the day. A lot of things have changed on the political scene for sure, and a lot of attitudes have changed with these people who are making these decisions, millennials and the younger the younger gens that have dominated all facets of our society in America. And then you've got the pundits and the people with the dry jokes and the sarcastic memes and the whole thing. When you become sort of seasoned on a lot of these things and you've seen the argument play out in some cases for 40 years. Yeah, I'm that old. I mean, maybe even 50 years. I think I would be safe enough to say 50 years, maybe 48 of those years, where a lot of these, issues that we're talking about are reincarnations of issues from at least 50 years ago. So, we solved a lot of these problems back in the day. Who knew that we were going to be talking about abortion? Who knew when we were talking about segregation? Who knew that we were going to be talking about racial discrimination to the points that we are in the actions that we're taking and the hate and the emotion of people who don't agree that anything of color is good for America. That's a growing population of people who are overcoming and maybe even overriding a lot of the mores, the social mores. They are certainly overriding policy that's being made in America. And we all have an opinion about it. So it does get a little confusing sometimes when you feel like you're like, we're still talking about that? You ever been in a relationship where, you did something wrong and it was almost a deal breaker for you? Marriage or otherwise?
Okay.
Right?
I'm sure a dozen times.
And then you're forgiven for the issue.
I wish I was.
Exactly.
I wish I was.
Exactly.
It's like, no.
And then it keeps coming up.
Right?
It's like, hey, you looked at that girl. Well, I was interested at the moment, but I'm not anymore. Well, you're still looking, and anytime that girl pops up, your partner is going to be seeing and looking at it, and it's like, can we?
I got you.
Are we going to get past this knuckle because I'm going to use it on your face?
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
It doesn't go away, and you got to go back and go, oh my God, are we still here? It's hard to press on when you're stuck in the same stupid stuff, and a lot of times we're stuck in the same stupid stuff. And some of that stupid stuff is GMH. Tell me anybody who's been a shining hero for the Guam Memorial Hospital. Otherwise, their name would be on that hospital. It would no longer say the Guam Memorial Hospital. It'd be it would be another name. It would be the name of a hero that solved the problem. And the problem isn't solved, and it's never going to get solved. We're just going to continue to work at bailing out the water while we fumble toward the finish line, which is a brand new hospital. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, as promised, joins us this morning. Good morning, Governor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Patty.
It feels like I think it was in radio words that it's been forever since we've spoken with you. A lot's been happening over the summer, and I appreciate this. I guess a better time to talk to you right now would be right now. With everything politically looming. You just sent a letter to the GMH family that was sent out by Crystal yesterday. I was alluding to it during my interview with the speaker. He had not yet seen it. But it's a call to, I'm assuming you're just addressing the GMH family to go down and do a full court press on senators on your bills 1, 2, and your supplemental budget bill.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a captive audience.
It was also for me an opportunity to, thank them for all the sacrifices they do, all the work that they do, and Patty, whenever there's criticisms about GMH, it really also, of course, affects the staff that do the work. And harsh words like the hospital's falling apart. It's failing. Those are very harsh words that employees hear who sacrifice and work very hard. And people will attest that the care at GMH isn't the issue. The issue there is, of course, a hospital that's 50 years old and failing. No matter how much patchwork you do, it will fail. It will not stand up to the elements that it has stood up to against in many years ago. So I just wanted to give the hospital employees some assurances that, government is working very hard to help them. And government, not just the governor or executive branch, but it has to be a total government and with the legislature. And so that's just a gesture for me, and to assure them again that, we're working very hard to get a place where they can really function even more exceptionally like they are right now.
It was a morale booster. I could see it as a morale booster, but I think the fact of the matter is, I think to your point is that the hospital is falling apart, but, and there's a strong but there, that there are experts in fields and in their services.
All the employees there are, credentialed. They are certified with their best practices and standards of care. Whether you're a physician, whether you're a nurse, whether you're a dietitian, a pharmacist, a laboratory technician, or a radiologist, all of our employees that work at GMAs are credentialed, certified, competent, and come from great schools and great educational institutions. And so, I just, like I said, wanted to just give them some confidence and encouragement to continue on, because we will solve this one way or the other. There will be a resolution because we have to. And, people are saying, hey, but what have you done the last 8 years? Believe me, I have worked very closely with the hospital in many ways, supporting them in terms of their training, supporting them in any crisis, trying to get everybody that we can to help them with whatever the issue is at hand. I have given them close to over $80 million in ARP money. We have worked with them financially to help pay the vendors and so forth. But like I said, this hospital has, from over the last 40 years, gone through many management, many governors, many administration, and it's just very difficult to get them financially stabilized just because of many challenges and obstacles that they face. We are the only hospital. We are mandated by law to provide care to everyone, no matter, like I said, whether you are, no matter what your income is, no matter your gender, no matter your economic outlook is or attitudes or stability, we have to deliver care for everyone that walks through that hospital. So you have a hospital that probably has about 30% of non-paying patients. And, these are patients that are complicated because they don't have health insurance, so they don't go to their doctors. They don't have a doctor. They're really sick. They come in and they access health care through the most expensive means of accessing health care, which is the emergency room. Then you have, Medicaid and Medicare that set their rates, which does not commensurate with the cost that every year has escalated just because of the cost of health care has grown. And so you have a federal government that only reimburses you maybe 25% or 40% of the cost. So now you're left with an expenditure that has no funds hanging. And then you have health insurance companies that, of course, argue claims and delay payments till they're sure that these are good claims and clean claims. And we know this because there are laws that have been put in place to try and expedite payments from health insurance.
Yeah.
Then you have a personnel of hospital experts that are very high-paying professionals. So you take all this and you try to work out some kind of financial stability, and you can't do it without government subsidy. You just cannot.
Right.
And we have subsidized them, but we haven't subsidized them enough to be able to pay those invoices, pay those vendors, pay the high cost of payroll and personnel. That's the reality of healthcare. And in order for our only hospital to continue providing the quality, competent expertise of healthcare, which our people so rightly deserve, we need to subsidize. And so, I guess the electrical panel was kind of like the spark, right, that kind of, again, brought up the attention to GMH. And the senators are always calling, Governor, declare a state of emergency, declare a state of emergency. But as I have said, I cannot declare a state of emergency. I do not have the legal means to do it, other than what the legislature has put forward in declaring a public health emergency. People are saying, why haven't you declared a state of emergency? That is the reason. I can only declare by law a public health emergency. And yes, the Organic Authority gives me the power to make sure our people have health care, but they are also subject to local laws. And so that's why I send in a piece of legislation to help give me those tools. And the Speaker and I spoke about it, and I had to send it to him ahead of time before I even call them into session. So he's not, or the legislature doesn't know what's going on. And, it's just very disconcerting and very disappointing.
If you have if you already enjoy the authority to declare an emergency, Bill 1, it enhances that power?
No.
What is it?
I can only declare public health emergency.
Oh, this is not considered a public health emergency, is what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
It
And
does
so
not
you want to broaden
qualify
that.
for
Okay.
public health emergency. It's very clear. The law is very clear.
Right. So
on what a public health emergency is.
Right.
So I don't have the power to declare a state of emergency without the legal laws. And yes, you can declare emergency procurement. But, even with emergency procurement, you still have to follow some procurement rules, and that it just expedites it a little. But that doesn't help me.
Right.
That doesn't help me because it doesn't allow me to send resources. And, of course, the doctors are out there, or Dr. Shea's out there saying, oh, she's a dictator. Now she wants to control, she just wants the control and the power. And I'm telling you, Patty, I cannot, as governor, move resources if I'm not given it legally and by law, right? I cannot appropriate money. It's the legislature has the power. And I have been trying to work with them to give me some help here, because I can't do it by myself. And they recessed for a month, which was quite disappointing. And I even spoke to the Speaker, if you had a problem with the bill, then debate it on the floor, change it, make amendments. He says it's too expansive. Okay, then make your amendments so we can move forward and give me the tools. Because it's in dire need. In dire need.
So I think the Speaker's issue on Bills 1 and 2 was that they're happening, simultaneously. You're trying to fix the hospital while you're building the new one, and
So why can't we do that?
That was the question.
Why can't we do both? We can do both. One is not exclusive of the other. A leader looks visionary and forward and immediate and now. And to say, hey, no, let's not look at the hospital. Let's deal with this hospital first. We can do both, Patty. We can do both.
Well, let's see how that will play out in the legislature. But it's apparent, Governor, that you've drawn a line in the sand, that you're not going to sign a budget that's going to reduce the BPT while GMH is underfunded. I think your words were healthcare first, tax cuts later. But by vetoing the budget, you assert your executive leverage over the legislature, which is Frank Bloss's biggest contention, that the legislature is the purse holder. And so we don't want to be told what to do when it comes to fiscal matters of the government of Guam.
I'm not telling them what to do. I am recommending and saying, hey, let's work together. And this is my suggestion, but I need them to work with me, Patty. I am not controlling the legislature. Legislature has the power to do whatever it does. Exactly, he's correct. He's the holder. They are the holder of the purse strings. So, okay, override the veto. But how are you going to deal with the hospital now? What are you going to do? They still need $40 to $60 million to get their needs done. So if you override the veto, then give me some appropriations to work with.
So we know that from a political point of view, the partisan lines are drawn, but it's not a sure thing. You do have the Republicans almost.
Patty, I hope the legislature really looks that this shouldn't be a partisan political stuff. The main issue here is how do we provide health care to our people? How do we provide safe environment health care, not just for the people, but even for the employees so they can do their job? I'm very nervous about the electrical situation out there. I have asked Lillian, they do have a memorandum of agreement with GPA. I've asked Lillian to work with them, but I need the money to pay GPA so that they can come in and do the job, so that they can come in and look at what needs to be done, or even just stabilize it so it doesn't happen again. But that's, I think, the main crisis. And then, of course, we have vendors that need to be paid so we can have supplies and all of that. And, people scream about there's none of this and none of that. And we together, the legislature and the governor, must work together to get them the help. So if they veto, if they override my veto, that's them, right? That's their decision. But then how do you find them the money to get to help for GMA? Because in the budget bill, they've appropriated all the surpluses already that is tailored or targeted for fiscal year 25. They've made amendments and they've already used that surplus. So now, how do you juggle around to get us the $40 to $60 million that the hospital needs? And Patty, this isn't a just today information. GMH management has been coming down over the last 4, 5, 6 years, letting them know that this is what they need.
Some Democratic senators have voted for this rollback and siding with the business community on the 4.5. That's including if there's going to be 2 defectors in St. Augustine and Tina Munoz Barnes. She's a toss-up. I believe he's got a higher stake because, he had amendments in there. But are you lobbying these 2 senators to...
Yes, we're talking. We are talking.
What and I think some of the concessions that might be made would be...
We are making those concessions.
Yeah.
So,
what are the concessions?
Like Senator Tina Munoz Barnes was very concerned, of course, and rightfully so, about PBS, about Cancer Trust, about the public defenders paying the attorneys for their, I forget what it is. It's the attorneys are on a list and they help with public defender and they have to pay that panel. So that's addressed. All her concerns are addressed. She is very concerned about $9 million of arrears to the airport also, and we addressed that in my substitute bill.
What about St. Augustine?
Senator St. Augustine, of course, I think his amendment was using fiscal year 26 surpluses to help with the hospital, and that was kept in, yeah.
Okay. So any one of those 2, if not both, could override.
Yeah, they need to both override.
Yeah, and it sounds like Frank Blas says it's kind of he says they got it in the bag. And I think he's banking on the Democrats, those two Democrats, not defecting and sticking with it.
I'm making that statement is of course his prerogative, but you don't really get anything in the bag till you actually have to vote. Till you vote on the floor.
Yeah, I think he also kind of corrected and made it. He says you don't count your chickens, before they hatch. But
anything can happen before the vote. Yeah.
So the fallout from all of this could be, or will be definitely, the Guam Chamber of Commerce. I don't think we can sleep on their influence and the kind of influence they've had on these senators.
Yeah, and of course I am concerned about the businesses, and. In my State of the Island address, I asked the senators to give me a bill that would increase the threshold of the David Santos amendment to $2 million. Increase it to $5 million. So you catch those people also that make $2 to $5 million, or that make above the $500,000 threshold. You catch those people too, and then they don't have to pay the 5%. They fall into the Dave Santos amendment program. So I have not seen that bill, but I'm willing to work with the legislature for that bill, so that it can also help the businesses. And of course, the businesses, I have always said this, Patty, businesses and government need to work together. And during the pandemic, I was very concerned about our businesses. That's why there were so many programs that helped them. We had the LEAP program twice. There's the PPU program. There was the PUA program that helped them too. So there has been a lot of investment made for the small businesses during the pandemic, and we continue to discuss ways that we can do that, but to blanketly roll it back to 4.5 now and then 4 next year, the people that would mostly benefit from that is, of course, the higher end income people. But if we send down, or we have a bill that would address raising the Dave Santos threshold to $2 million or to $5 million. And actually, Senator Sabina Flores made an amendment similar to that on the floor, but they didn't pass it. That was a good amendment, where I think she said, if you make $2 million, you get taxed this way. If you make above $2 million, you get taxed this way. It was a tiered kind of thing.
Yeah, Sabina Paris. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
No. It's but we all know
yeah.
Sabina Flores. I'm sure she doesn't mind you saying her name. But okay. So in the end, I guess I have to ask the question. This is going to be sort of an institution or power struggle before a huge race in 2026. How much of an impact do you see on both sides? You're seasoned. You're a veteran of politics, and you'll leave I'm assuming, your political life behind once there is a replacement in Adelup. What are the implications for 2026?
Well, the implications is the community out there. If you're following media and their comments and stuff. Do not necessarily favor the 4.5%. Of course, the business does, right? So there you have, you have to weigh, right, your constituents, business constituents, or the community at large, right? But Patty, you can address both. You really can. You can address both our constituents' needs to include business and the community as a whole. If you just raise the Dave Santos amendment, we can address that. Then we can also look moving forward what else can be done to help. Because remember also, to thrive in a business, you have to have good roads, power, health, education, right? These are all things also that support our businesses. the implications, of course, I mean, you'll see a Democratic primary and you'll see a Republican primary. You'll see a Democratic general election and a primary, in a Republican general election. And who comes out, I think, depends on what their strategy is and depends on what can best be meeting the need of the public's interest at the most. And, you know, if you're going to be looking at, hey, should we save the hospital or give, 0.5% decrease in taxes now and then a 1% decrease, another 0.5% in fiscal year 27, is that strong enough to carry you as a candidate who's campaigning on that platform, right? Those are things they need to look at. And then, of course, what is the public's perception? You know, if you say hospital versus, helping the top, 1% of the corporations, that's the choice you have to make. For me, of course, I'm not running, but if I was running, I would say what's the best interest of the people of Guam.
In a way, you may not be physically running, but you are endorsing, and the legacy of this administration will pull through in the election of Josh as the governor.
And of course, we're having a Democratic primary, right? Because Senator San Augustine, who is also, a very strong Democrat and has always, been for the public service and, a very compassionate man for the people of Guam, is running. And during the primary, of course, whoever wins after the primary the Democrats would fall behind on. And, I'm pretty sure he's already talking with Josh on that kind of strategy. I'm not in those conversations.
I'm pretty sure. Are you? I don't know if you follow any of the forwards of the candidates who are up. How many of those candidates do you know are a sure thing? And what do you know about the possibility of Mike Cruz running at all?
I don't know about Mike. When I last talked to him, which was like about 3 weeks ago, he said he's not running. He told me.
Oh, I guess the clue about the two Marys. Which Mary is he going to run with? Okay, the rumors are out there.
Which Mary? But I'm hearing rumors that Senator Mary Torres is running for Congress. So.
Oh, okay. Well, there's that. Yeah. Okay.
Which is, also a good position for her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't heard anybody in our Democratic side yet.
Yeah, I'm looking for all the rumors. I'm just sipping tea on this side and eating popcorn. I just want to know. I think that the most entertaining team, if it is true, would be Moylan and Tello. I'm here for it. I just want to see how that campaign just plays itself on.
Which one?
Doug Moylan and Tello tied together. I think that will definitely be a show to watch. I just want to see what the campaign billboards are going to look like. I appreciate this, Governor.
I hope he doesn't put any of my pictures anymore on the campaign billboard.
Yeah, because you're not running. Governor, it's good to talk to you. Is there anything you want to add before I let you go about anything that's happening?
No, I think of course, Patti, the debate, disagreements, the discussions out there, but at the end of the day, we all need to get together and work. And, Speaker and I still talk to each other, and that's what I like. We debate the issues out there, but we can also call each other up and talk about it. Yeah,
I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful week. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Bye.
I've got to make that, but thank you. She hung up. I got to want to think of that. Okay, I think what this is, looking at it politically, this is a familiar standoff. This is an age-old problem, and it's a familiar standoff. The thing about these standoffs, though, is that how you play it makes a big difference in the eye of the people. When you're looking at I don't know, BPT, lowering BPT versus the Guam Memorial Hospital and the healthcare crisis on Guam. People are very clear, and it's very clear. Like I said, the line in the sand is that the governor is not going to sacrifice anything having to do with the hospital at the risk of having a poor relationship with and looking like we're anti-business. These two are coming up against each other because somebody made the narrative. If BPT wasn't the issue, and if it wasn't coming up now at this rollback and the hot and heavy lobbying by the Guam Chamber of Commerce, again, don't sleep on the influence of the Guam Chamber of Commerce on these senators. Don't underestimate at all what political influence these business leaders have in this community. So because these are two issues that are pairing up against each other, it's still a familiar standoff. Something is always going to question or challenge how much money we're supposed to give to GMH. It's an age-old problem. We've seen this happen before. It has been since the beginning of the hospital. She says 40 years of arguing, because at first 10 we were in our, honeymoon stage. We had a new hospital. But as the GMH has been taking on water since, I don't think there's anybody who doesn't realize that this is an issue with our only public hospital. And that's why I was asking, when I was asking Senator Frank Blas Jr., why can't you do both? I don't know what it's going to take economically. Clearly, that's going to be the issue. But if the ARPA funds are already there for use, she just wants to start building the hospital while we're throwing money at GMH. Wasn't that everybody's idea before? Like everybody said, I thought we all agreed that was a thing. We have to continue to plan for the new hospital. But in the meantime, and Frank Blas Jr. said this to me a year ago, in the meantime, we do have to remember that the hospital still has to survive. He said that before he ran for re-election last year. He said we have to look at what's happening with the hospital and prop it up while we're looking at building this hospital. Advances have been made in the construction of a new hospital, while to his surmise, which he did correctly, GMH is only going to get worse. Why can't we do both? Well, it's part of the conversation. Many more questions you can ask, and we're here for it. But right now, we're going to have to take that bottom of the hour break that we so missed 20 minutes ago. Here we go with our bottom of the hour 8:30 break at 8:49. We'll be right back.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the 5th dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheese steaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Stimulating conversation. Wave 105 FM.
Telling me somebody's been picking in my cherry tree. Don't wanna bitch just a bottom by mistake.
That's okay, you can play it.
Okay.
That teeth check, that's all.
That's good. Yes, good. Okay.
I ain't gonna stand for it. Here we go. Sing it, man.
I ain't gonna stand for it, baby.
Nope, indeed. Good morning to you. Yeah, okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. All right. Oh,
She's just letting me have my moments in the car. You know, when you're driving, you're fighting over the Bluetooth.
Hey,
Yeah,
we can all relate.
I stopped that fight. I just, if I'm not in the driver's seat, I have to be a passenger. Passengers have zero rights in a car. There was something miraculous that took place.
Okay.
In tooling around and errand running, I was there for my children's grandmother's funeral. It was a very emotional time. It was the first death in the family. It was everything. And there were literally like 30 of us ish. Yeah, about 30 of us converging on the family house. And it was the Chamorro kids who decided that they were going to host a Chamorro feast for the fam. It started off, sister-in-law says, hey, I'm going to bring some down. Let's get together and we'll have a big dinner. And so I wrote back, I said, we'd actually like to put together something. Maybe, there's Chamorro blood. There's a few drops in that family. And we thought, why don't we go and make some things, right? So you do the regular stuff. The kids went out and they went to Costco and got all the stuff. And we ended up deciding on this whole menu thing. And we had to go around a lot traveling to all these things to procure these stuff. Did you know that they sell a choti powder at the supermarket?
A choti
choti powder. You know, the one I bought like a bunch of them for this dinner that we were cooking, right? I
You get the
forgot it
same
in the spice store.
results? You get the same.
It's the same brand. It's the same brand as the one the one in Guam. So yeah, we found that. The only thing they don't have, which is a commodity, is lemon powder. That's that's a deal breaker. If you've got lemon powder, you're in. So I secured a bunch of them, right? And so while preparing for this Chamorro feast and this touch of Guam into the whole experience, we were riding around a lot in the car. Sean at the driver's seat, Tia in the front seat passenger. I'm always stuck in the back with the kids. I don't know how that happens. It's been like this for years. I'm the one in the very back of the van in the kids section. And it's because apparently compared to other passengers, I'm the smallest one. The smallest adult that can fit almost anywhere. Listen. Allow me to brag for a second that I'm the smallest one. I'm buying it. I'm in it. I'm for it. I'm cool. So I'm sitting in the back seat with Riley, and I couldn't play any of my music. I had a whole playlist going that I could listen to, but it was between Sean and Tia because he's the driver and has access to all the Bluetooth controls. Tia is apparently the dominant female in the car because she's sitting in the front seat, passenger side. So I retreat to nobody. I'm not kidding you. In the structure of my family, I was relegated to the back seat, and I had absolutely no power back there. Zero. I couldn't even get a sentence in between the Fiji playlist. For 4 days in a row, I heard every Fiji song, rest his soul, ever written by this guy. I have heard more Taylor Swift than I could have if I went to her concert, and a lot of Sabrina Carpenter. I will tell you, I heard nothing from my generation. Nothing. All I could do was silently sit in the back seat and look out the window at the same repetitive scene that I've seen for many, many, many years. I said, man, this must feel like what it is when you are actually a child with zero power in the backseat. Zero. You can't stop at McDonald's. You can't play your own playlist. You control no narrative in the car. The conversation is preceded by the thoughts of having a conversation. So you're really and I'm going to tell you, I wasn't entirely mad at having to be quiet and not having to say anything or care what anybody was saying. I just was like staring out the window like a dummy, and I'm still kind of getting used to whether or not that's a good role for me, being the CEO of this company and then sort of, in the back seat. Is it just me? Are we as Manamku with children who are grown? Have we lost our power and authority and our influence over our children that are all grown now? Do they not care about us anymore? I don't know. It is a thing, though. I have to say that we did. Let me push the Guam thing for a second. Can I? Do I have time?
Let's go. You got.
Let
a
me
lot of
tell you
time.
how
You
we
got a lot of time.
represented.
Go
Let me
for
tell
it.
you how
Let's
Guam
go.
did
Let's
this.
go. Let's
So.
go.
Over there, they do the same thing at the funeral homes. They have these at the funeral homes. It's right next to the cemetery. We're talking about this one in Mililani. And so the idea was they have bentos. They have to do bentos because nobody's allowed to serve open, food buffets anymore. So we ordered a couple hundred bentos. So being a good local girl, you must contribute to the table. So thank God that I ran into Renee Coffin, who is the daughter of Titas. And I said, I need to bring something back. I need to bring back Gudzaria or I need to bring back Roschetti. She said, don't bring Roschetti because they crumble easily. Here, how about Gudzaria? Do you know what a gunta is? A gunta?
No.
She schooled me. Dr.
Okay.
Renee schooled me. A gunta is the exact amount of Gudzaria packaging that fits in a coffee can, which is the OG cookie jar for Guam. It's the Folgers coffee can, all right?
Okay.
Or Hill's Brother, whatever,
Hey,
the tin
that's
coffee can.
cool.
A gunta is exactly the amount that fits in a coffee can.
Nice. Who'd have thought?
Who thought?
Who would would have thought?
So what we did was we packaged it, put it, I got them some things over at Sunny's. I brought them over there. We all packaged it. We had like a little bit of an assembly line packaging 100 tins of Goodyear and putting a label on it, right? So we get to the venue and we're the first ones there. And nothing is set up, right? So here come the Chamorros.
Wow.
Brah.
Wow.
Brah.
Hey.
You know what happened. You know what happened. We got 4 empty tables and a lot of things to put on it.
That's island style.
Leave it to the Chamorro. We knew how to set up that table. Nice. We knew, and it was like that. And in fact, it took us. I was talking to Carlotta, and she goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're out procuring stuff we're cooking for 30 people in in a few hours." And she goes, "Okay, you got this." And I'm like, "You're right. We got this." Chamorros know how to do an emergency party and an emergency feast. If you're going to cook for 10 people, you might as well cook for 30, is what I say, or even 50 at this point, because we fed about 30, 40 people that night. Wow. And we had just all arrived the night before. Don't tell me we can't do it, because we did it. 3 of us did it, and it was like spot on. The highlight, however, of the trip was the night before the funeral.
Okay.
I told baby daddies, I said, Sean's dad, not baby daddy, but Sean's, I said, hey, his birthday's on the 10th. Let's celebrate it well before things get crazy.
Right on.
So we go to this local Mexican restaurant in Haleiwa, and they have a trivia contest.
Oh.
And I'm like, should we join? He's like, yeah, let's do it.
Go in.
Team Guam was our name.
Hey.
Team Guam was placed last for the good first 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, it was painful. And I'm very competitive when it comes to that. I'm all in my field.
Change that to Team Tamooning. You're representing all of us. But like, no, that was Team Tamooning.
Oh, no, hang on, because my competitive nature, I'm just like, you're not allowed to use your phones. Yep, I mean, it's just me, Tony, Sean, and Tia, right? So
that's beautiful.
Yeah, just the 4 of us. We put together Team Guam, right?
That's
so
good.
We're going to answer all these questions.
Got it.
Bruh, we went from 0, and then we stayed in like the 3rd, 4th, 5th position for a good part of the trivia contest. But there was a question that only could be answered by our Team Guam. Oh. Nobody in the joint could answer the question. Yay! That brought us up to higher. Guess where we placed?
Where'd you guys at? Where we're landing?
Technically, number 1.
Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, we're going back to Team Guam. Team Guam was
Team
good.
Guam
Team
came
Guam.
from behind.
Team
It
Guam.
surprised everybody. Okay. We finished at number 2. I say technically because number 1 was the team that's made up. It's the sitting team for the restaurant. So all of the servers in the restaurant play the game.
Fun.
So technically, Team Guam went from the bottom of the list to the top of the list. And won.
Wow. Good for you guys.
Here's the difference between us and other people with blonde hair.
Okay.
Every time we won the round, I said, be humble, be quiet. And every time they were straining to hear an answer, we always gave the wrong answer out loud.
Okay.
Like we'd blur out the wrong answer and then watch who was eavesdropping and watch them. Gotta wake up in a whole nother time zone to beat Guam.
Pretty cool.
You gotta wake up in a whole nother time zone to beat Guam.
That is cool.
Here we are at 9 o'clock. Let's take that break for CBS News. On the other side, we'll be right back.
Wow.
KGUM FM. Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. Another weekend of protests, this time outside a Hyundai plant in Georgia, where hundreds of South Koreans were taken into custody this week by ICE.
I want them to abolish ICE. ICE is a racist organization that is attacking the working class of America.
Plans are in place for 300 of them to be sent home to South Korea. White House border czar Tom Homan warned of more workplace arrests. He was on CNN.
Absolutely. You can expect action in most sanctuary cities across the country. President Trump's prioritized sanctuary cities because sanctuary cities knowingly release illegal alien public safety threats to the streets every day. That's where the problem is.
Homan's words come as the Trump administration has reportedly started an immigration crackdown in Massachusetts. CBS News Boston's Anna Myler says it's expected to last through the month.
The operation includes the city of Boston. Sources say the operation began late last week and is expected to last for several weeks. The administration reportedly says it is targeting, quote, the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens living in the state.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gets support from his boss after a grilling on Capitol Hill.
The president acknowledged that Kennedy isn't conventional, but he is shaking up the medical establishment, which needs it.
Well, he's a different kind of a guy. He's got a lot of good ideas, but he's got a lot of ideas. You know, normally they don't have any ideas, and that's why we have problems with autism and so many other things.
Kansas Republican Senator Roger Marshall says the criticism of Kennedy is misplaced.
Anthony Fauci did more to create vaccine hesitancy than Bobby Kennedy will do in his 4 years or 8 years, however long he is as secretary. That's where the problem is.
Marshall spoke on CBS's Face the Nation. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
In Houston, a funeral for the 11-year-old who was shot and killed while knocking on doors as part of a prank. Loved ones wore shirts bearing his face to the funeral. Alyssa Valdez says she has family that knew the little boy personally.
I have a lot of family that knew the little boy personally. It's just so tragic. There's no words for it. To have that, like, a life to be taken away that young.
The suspect in the shooting is behind bars on $1 million bond. He's expected to return to court next month. The U.S. Open men's final is underway. That's what it sounded like when President Trump arrived, a mix of boos and cheers. The 2025 Video Music Awards show is tonight. Lady Gaga tops the list of nominees with 12. The VMAs will air on CBS for the first time in history. They'll also, of course, air on MTV. They start at 8 p.m. Eastern. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Experts are thinking a record $30 billion will be legally wagered on NFL games this season.
The Detroit Lions are getting the most action to win the Super Bowl, followed by the defending champion Eagles.
A bet on a game makes you virtually interested in any game, and you want to, you feel the same passion, the same excitement over big plays. So it's just really what makes sports great is having a rooting interest.
Jason Robbins is CEO of one of the largest betting sites, DraftKings.
We have somewhere between 50 and 100 people working on responsible gaming. We have a whole team of people that reviews. We have actually using AI to analyze and review customer communications and look for things to flag.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Law enforcement officials have removed a peace vigil that had stood outside the White House for more than 4 decades after President Trump ordered it to be taken down as part of the clearing of homeless encampments in the nation's capital. A volunteer says officials justified the removal by mislabeling the memorial as a shelter. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side Alongside with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Time is running out to join us for the first ever Run for Wishes. It's all going down Saturday, September 13th at the Leo Palace Resort. There's still a chance to register or volunteer and be a part of something truly special. Every step, every smile helps bring hope and makes dreams come true for children in Guam and the CNMI. Don't miss this moment. Make a weekend out of it by booking our Run Weekend Stay Special. Visit Leo Palace's Facebook and Instagram today for more information. And we'll see you at the Run for Wishes at the Leo Palace Resort.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
Ain't gonna stand for a thing. Well, my friend, welcome to the club. 78 years old, and I'm also relegated to the back of the bus.
Nice, 78.
78, well done. I have, 12 more years of this.
Hey.
You know what? I think when you defer, I can defer, bro.
Okay,
I can defer to
let's
authority. I am not bigger than myself. I'm not bigger than anybody. I'm humble.
Very humble. That's what I was going to say. We are humble.
But when you used to be the boss.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Used to. I'll fix that crown, Patty. Come on. Come on. It's tilting.
No, my wallet speaks louder than my own voice in my house.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to leave that alone. I'm staying in my lane. That's what we're doing. Go ahead.
Children, when they get older, are far more expensive than when they're younger. And it was a short trip, so we packed in a lot, and then you have your list of places that you want to eat, and so it's kind of like, where do you guys want? What do you want? What do you What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah, for sure.
Grocery shopping is always a fun thing for us because I don't know what it is. They I don't know what it is about shopping with these kids, but it's always pretty darn funny.
Snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Snacks. It's the whole thing.
Snacks, okay.
So I what is, like, when you travel, what is what I used to do was I used to make like a pot of kuddu.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, that was a thing that
You
came down.
fly with a pot of kuddu?
No. When you come home,
Wow. Okay.
Like,
got it.
like
okay.
they say, what do you want to eat? Somebody would always say, you make a pot of kuddu for whoever's coming home, getting off a long flight, that kind of thing. You're not eating any of your comfort foods, right? Although, we did, keep true to our Chamorro-ness. But when I was hungry when I got home and there was nothing really, But is it kuddu still? Do people still just want that when that's the comfort food after?
It's been a long time and I'm returning home.
Yeah, is it kuddu as a thing, or you want to stop at Miggy?
I want some Chamorro beef steak.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. You want Chamorro food? Yeah, comfort food.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Comfort food is everything.
I get you. Yeah, for sure.
So immediately after, I was given the pre-threat. I was given a pre-threat. You ever get one of those?
A pre-threat?
A pre-threat. That if you even think about not doing something, I already know your action. I know what you're doing, and I'm heading it off by the path. Here's why. You remember Veronica Clayton? She was in here. She was here.
We love Veronica.
We love Veronica.
That's our chocolate.
But you can.
She's our chocolate.
You can. Yeah, you can. Love
Thank you, Veronica. We're out of chocolates, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm just
I know she's got a C stash somewhere. I think that would be.
We can compensate.
So she pre-threatened me before I left the island. She celebrated her 50th birthday.
She's really sweet, though. I can't see her threatening somebody.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
we'll talk off the air.
Oh,
okay.
all right. Yeah.
No, I mean she's.
I was like,
you're right. I mean, she's sweet.
Somebody.
She's got a big heart.
She's sweet. Yeah. Okay. I got you. All right. So she pre-threat.
That she came home to have a big 50th birthday party.
Yes. Woohoo!
And she sent out a whole invitation online.
She went all out. Lockdown Talafofu, that's for sure. It's like nobody coming. I like her Chamorro directions, though. I got to give her.
Oh, did you see the Chamorro directions?
I love. And then you pass by here. Not here. You're not there yet.
Not wrong bus stop.
Wrong there. It's not there. It's not.
She did a video to all of her attendees of where this house was in Talafofu, right?
That was too cute. Yes, I love that.
And there's like only two things that I know that come from Talafofu, really. School teachers, or the old school families that have been in Talafofu forever, right? And so she comes from the Pablo family, and everybody knows the Pablo family from Talafofu. They had what was like a Chamorro fiesta. It was a 50th birthday party. She lives in the mainland. She's been living there for all of her adult life, pretty much, and she's come home recently because she wants to come back home, and she made that a point when she was on the radio. So she brings all of us to her family home in Talafofu, and it was first of all, you could hear the band from down the street. There's something about being in the open air in the village with the pala pala going, and then people playing island music. It's just there's you just get, and then a pig half eaten on the table. There's just something about it. There's just something about it saying home, and it has all the trappings of that. I will say that the only thing missing from this party was the princess chair, because remember all the you got the princess chair and the central subject is sitting on the high back wicker bamboo, whatever that chair was. I swear, I was like, where's that chair? That would round out this party right here. But I have to say a very big sidusmasi to the Talafofu Pablos for their incredible hospitality. We share Veronica on either side. Her dad, obviously Pablo, and her mother's my mother's sister, so we're first cousins, and not knowing really who they were, all of this, knowing of them but not knowing them, and being in that family was really nice. No kidding, right? Bro. When they say, past the second bus stop on the right after the mobile station or the market,
ever.
That's old school, bro. And it'll lead you right, or just follow the cars.
How long is she going to be here? I'm really glad that she's here.
Yeah,
you know what? Take your time. Take your time. We like her. We like her. We're going to have a lot of fun with this one.
They had politicians there.
I like this one.
I'm like, girl, you fetched like senators to come to this party even?
Look at that.
I was impressed.
Red carpet. Let's lay it out.
I was impressed.
Hey.
She and nice. Here, but this was what made the party fancy.
Okay. All right, go.
she had that air conditioned. You know, the air
Yeah,
conditioned
I heard.
porta potty
Yeah.
thing. Air conditioning, like
She
the
had a
kind where
bidet.
it had it. Somebody said,
I love it.
One of my cousins says, I'm going down to this party just so I could use the bathroom. I won't actually say what they said, but to use the bathroom because it was air con. The sinks were inside, and wow. Okay, Financy. Anyway, Veronica celebrated
we love
her 50th
you.
birthday.
Happy birthday, girl.
Yeah, if you
and all the rest of them, because I know there was like 90 of them also celebrating birthdays that day, right? They had like the whole family.
How did you know? Were you there? I swear to God, it's exactly how it happened.
I'm just saying they had like
There was happy birthdays being
Shoot me in
played
the
all
toe.
over the place. But what always gets me, and I don't mean this disrespectful or irreverent at all. I'm here for it. I sucked up the local vibe.
Hey, there we go.
You have the one auntie who gets on the microphone. Oh boy. She's the auntie. I'll just say one line and then you know who I'm talking about. Not the person, but she said, this is what she said. I'm in charge here.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Wow.
That's it.
We all
She
have
has the
that one
microphone.
aunt. We all know one aunt.
She is the one.
Okay, I can
Here's
picture
the second
mine.
thing she said that had me on the floor. I want all the first cousins up here.
I love
all
that.
the first Pablo cousins up here. Everybody up here. And then you hear her go, 1, 2. These are grown adults, right? I'm dying.
That's cool.
I was so scared of her. I almost got up to the first cousin call, but I'm on the other side of the family.
I love that.
It was great.
Viva Talo
It was great.
Fofu, man. You guys get that.
You get that. And so my last thing to sew up my whole Guam, Hawaii, back home sort of thing is when you make Hagan Suni,
Okay.
find taro leaf.
Oh.
Go the extra step. Find taro leaf.
Yeah.
Because when we were in Hawaii and I made it, Sean said, you got to make it with taro leaf, Mom. That's the real way.
That's how it's
I went
done.
out to find taro leaf, which is not hard to do in
Thought
those
that,
stores.
no big deal.
No, they didn't have it here. I had to go all the way to the south to get it from Tatin Joe.
No.
They had it in the regular supermarket.
Okay.
Take the extra time.
Good job.
I can't eat it any other way. But Ron's Diner had one the other night.
Love
Killer.
Ron's Diner. Oh,
Killer.
Dude,
Yeah.
don't you love Ron's Diner? I lick the plate in there. I'm like,
Dude, I honestly,
these little spots, Patty.
if I knew that it would be okay to go up for thirds on the Hagan Suni, I would have done it. But I just had to be, I did not be so eager, you know?
I agree. I feel terrible.
The thirst was real. All right, who am I talking to
Okay,
here?
so we got like island jurisdictions
Island
and
jurisdiction.
award ceremonies.
Okay,
and
cool.
it's
Let's
really-
go for it. Who am I speaking with? This is Patty.
Hafa Adai, Patti. This is Anika Panay. I'm calling you from Honolulu.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks so much for having us on this morning.
Fantastic. What are we talking about now, Anika?
Yeah, so we are going to be on Guam on September 14th having a special workshop for artists at 4 p.m. on September 14th. For artists and culture bearers, we were there back in April, and we launched the Pacific Jurisdictions Artist Fund for Creative West, which is a regional arts organization that covers the western part of the U.S., and that includes Guam, American Samoa, and the CNMI. And so we launched this fund. We had workshops to tell artists how they could apply. We had awards averaging about $2,000, some more. And so we had the workshop, and then we had about 110 applicants from Guam, which was so exciting. And then now we awarded 15 recipients with the fund, and we're coming back to have award celebrations. But we wanted to take that time to also host additional workshops for those who may not have been accepted this time, and also others on grant writing. So we'll be hosting that workshop at Kaha on September 14th at 4 p.m.
Oh, fantastic! Now, you said that you were doing the award. Is it a award ceremony? Is that how that's going to go?
Yeah, the award ceremony is just for those who were accepted, but we just because we're coming back, we want to make sure that we continue to have workshops for those who would like to learn more about grant writing. So that's what's happening on September 14th at the Council on Arts and Humanities at 4 o'clock.
That's actually at Central
I'm sorry.
Center in Tina.
Thank you.
Oh, are you ordering food? Hello?
I'm getting a correction from my handler. The workshop is not at Kaha. It's at Central Community Center.
Okay.
But on September 14th at 4 p.m.
Where's the Central Community Center?
Moana?
It's by the mayor's office in Sinahana. Central Center.
Oh, okay. In Sinahanya? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yes.
All right. And those who are participating already know about that, right?
So some people have, like, we've already had RSVPs, but we want to make sure that all the artists and culture bearers that listen to your radio show this morning, that they know about it too, and that they can contact us to register.
Okay, fantastic. Anika, I want to ask you about, I know about grant writing, but the actual, awarding of grants, the money, is that becoming more and more slim for cultural projects and interests with this current state of government, federal government?
I'll be honest with you, Miss Patti, it is getting harder, right?
Yeah.
It's getting harder, and that's why we want to make sure that folks know about what are the strategies for grant writing, how to demystify that process, knowing that you need to, get straight to the point of your grant. So in this landscape where it's already hard, we want to make it easier for artists to know how to access those funds and write a really good application, how to convey themselves, how to tell their story really clearly.
Is it becoming more difficult because there is clearly a new kind of attitude when we talk about indigenous peoples, or we talk about support of anything remotely related to DEI or diversity? There is a sort of a new attitude, and I think the thirst has dries up with that new attitude over people having a leg up over others when you never really had a leg in our cultures.
The word equity or DEI, that those terms are being challenged. And what we want to do is focus on the things that are important, and that is heritage. And that's important across the divide. And so that is clearly what artists and culture bearers from Guam bring to the table. And so we want to help them understand how to convey that message. Yes, we're in challenging times, but we're not going to let that hold us back. And that's what we want to convey to artists. This is not the end. We've been here before. We've been in challenging times before, and now we just need to know what are the terms we need, what is the story that we need to tell, how do we tell our stories authentically that let people know that we're important.
I'm glad to hear that. Annika, is there a website, or is there an email or somewhere that you can direct me to for information?
Absolutely. Our email address is grants, so that's GRANTS at wearecreativewest.org, and that's all one word. And I want to check in with Moana. Is there any other way that they should contact Moana?
Yes, if they email that email, as well as look up Creative West on the Partiful platform, PARTIFUL, they'll see the open invite to come to the workshop. It'll have all the information.
I'm sorry, try that workshop. Try that site again. How do you spell
it? Sorry. It's an app. It's called it's Partiful, PARTIFUL, and all they have to look up is Creative West.
Okay.
And their workshop will be publicly.
Got you. Okay, Partiful. All right. We will look up. We will look it up. I appreciate you guys calling me this morning and spreading the word. We'll direct people to your email and certainly to that app. I appreciate you taking the time with us.
Thank you so much for having us on.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
You as well. Bottom of the hour now. Yes, let's take a quick break here. Yeah, be right back.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Craving bold flavors and unbeatable value? Introducing Chili's Double Down Feast. Choose from chef-crafted protein pairings like zesty margarita chicken with ancho salmon, or go premium with the classic sirloin and half rack of ribs. All served with loaded mashed potatoes, starting at just $24.99. It's a feast made to satisfy. With more pairings to try, one visit won't be enough. Only at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy. And you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Keep the dial here. Your radio loves it. Wave 105 FM.
of my favorite Stevie Wonder songs of all time. Okay. I got a message from one of the directors of whatever, a department here. He said, Patti, I haven't had a playlist since High School Musical came out. I'm like, okay. You know,
You're welcome.
Yeah. I just feel like in this trip I lost some footing. In the pecking order that is my family. When you are the CEO, you are the head of the umbrella company, right? And then you find yourself, they no longer ask me if I want to sit in front.
Yeah.
They just go to the passenger side. They know I'm not driving. Oh, and here's the other thing. Nobody knows their way around Honolulu. Nobody knows their way around Oahu, right? In my family, I am the person who knows all of these streets. And she's GPSing. Tia's GPSing on her phone, right? Here's this, turn left. And I'm like, yo, people who live here and know these streets don't GPS it. They know this. It's like being in your village, right? You don't go with the GPS and go through the main highway. You go through all the side streets to get out of the traffic. I'm like, no, if you turn left here, turn right at the. I'm like, don't turn right, don't turn right, don't turn right. If you turn right, it's going to take us all the way back around again. Turn left. It's a shortcut through this parking lot right here at the Shell.
Love that.
Nobody listened to me. They're just riding. They're just driving. Sean's driving and goes, I really have no idea where I'm going. I'm like, why are you driving then? So I said, let me just give me the keys. I'll drive.
Okay.
They both looked at me like, wow. Look, dummy, you're not driving. That's exactly the look I got. Like, what are you? You weren't even. Riley was a factor before, an option before you even bothered.
Oh God.
How did I get to that? But yeah, oh my God, let's go to a store and whose wallet comes out first? Nobody put me last.
It's like the one woman that can actually read these signs. We're not letting her drive.
Yeah,
like,
I'm the one. I financed this. I got zero credibility. I got nothing. I got no game. I got nothing. My playlist doesn't even make it. Nothing. It's like let's listen to Fiji for
That
the rest
is
for
so
5
cute.
days straight and
I
the same
love that.
songs. I know them now, and I hate that I know them. I hate that I know Sabrina Carpenter sang that song. I'm like, is this Sabrina Carpenter trying to sound relevant? And they're like, good for you, Mom. I'm like, shut up, man. I'm in radio, bro. Don't tell me. These kids. Who's this on the phone?
Okay, let's go.
Mike.
Mike. Yes. Okay.
Yo, Mike.
Yes.
What's up, Mike? Yo, Mike.
I'm sorry you had to be put up. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good.
I'm here. I was just, like I was saying, I'm sorry you had to be put up with that torture.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I lost a lot of footing. I don't know how it happened.
If it was me, I would have immediately turned it to something else, and I don't care what they say.
Well, those days of fighting off, for power are over for me. I'm like, you want to drive, knock yourself out. Whatever. I'm cool. It's just, if I don't get a song in, I'm like, dude, can I get a song in this 45-minute right now? Nope, we're only listening to Fiji. That's apparently all we're doing today. So there's that.
Also,
cool.
I would have done what my dad used to do when we did something stupid and all that stuff. Come on, let's do it again. Do it again. Come on. Keep doing it. Let's go.
I have learned...
Just to irk them off and to realize when I say turn left, you turn left. Because if you don't, you're just going to keep doing it all over again.
It was okay with me. It was okay. Go ahead and make your mistake. I'm just like, go ahead and make your mistake. Yeah, so if you're going to listen to GPS, do that. But, I came in handy on which direction are we going? Are we going west or east? I'm like, I don't know. Which one do you guys feel is better? What does GPS say? There's no time for GPS. Anyway.
Hi, technology. Anyways, football season has begun.
Yep.
The Raiders won. Unfortunately, the Niners won too, but that's a different story. Anyway.
Hey, you called the wrong station with that attitude, sir.
Hey, you didn't hear what I told Polly the other day when I said, I just throw them dice.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got to go with my producer, man. My producer is my best friend today. I ain't saying nothing about the 49ers. So let's just pass. Anyway, but
you know what though? As I was looking down the scores and all that stuff, there were some close games. Winning by 3 points, winning by 1 point. Must be because everyone's just trying to shake off the cobwebs and get back to hitting other people that aren't your teammates anymore.
Yeah. Well, whatever you miss in the NFL, whatever you didn't get out or get in or get out of, get from it, you still got college football that started too. So
Oh, of course.
Yeah, they've already got the AP poll, and they've only played 2 games. Right? The AP poll's already out. The new one.
Oh, yeah.
The first one. Yeah.
I'll make a bet. Ohio State's still got to be number 1 right now.
Yes.
And a couple of teams did go up, probably stayed the same for the second week in a row until Shake-Up Saturday comes around, or better yet,
I think
an unexpected loss comes up where everyone's like, did that just really happen?
Yeah, I think that considering the record from 2024, the record stayed the same for the top 3. I think it's only when you got down to Oregon where the Ducks had a previous ranking of 6 and they're up to 4. So yeah, they're switching. I think you're going to see some surprises. But at the same time, some things will just stay the same. You know how this goes.
Oh yeah, of course. Anyways, great to hear you. Great to hear you back. And great to hear that the Patti Arroyo show is going back on track. Anyways, I will let you guys go. You have a great Monday and enjoy the rest of your week, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Bye, Mike. Was I ever off the rails? Did I jump the track at one point? No, we're good. That's why Paulie's there, for the consistency. We love it. Yeah, he's like, I didn't jump the track. I mean, geez, I was only gone for like 4 working days.
That was a short trip.
It sure was.
Like,
I just feel like I should do it again. I don't know.
Yeah, look at Laura. She's like, awesome to have you back in your seat, Patti. She was gone for a minute.
I was gone for a week, and one of them was a holiday. Yeah, like I said, I opened the refrigerator on Friday night, and it's still leftovers from 4 days ago, which seemed to be edible, right? It was okay, but anyway, it is. Did I already take that break? Are we good?
We can hit one.
Okay, let's do that real quick. Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future, and we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105 From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at route99fm.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Keep the dial here. Your radio loves it. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
This one.
No.
I didn't know it was Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, you didn't?
We did.
Oh.
Well, yeah, we took this one.
It's an interlude. There's a longer version of it.
Is it?
You can't play this song and miss that bass.
Yeah.
That introduction of the bass.
We stole this one. Yeah, we ruined this one.
What do you
already.
mean? Who stole it?
Got it on
What'd you
power.
do?
We got like little snips of it, a couple of clips of that intro. Then I was like, oh, it sounds so familiar. I was
y'all playing some Earth,
we
Wind, and
did.
Fire in Power 98?
Yeah, but it's like a Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak version.
Not a cover, but
Not
they
a
just
cover.
they extracted probably with
just
the
intro.
permission.
Yes, just the intro.
Yeah.
Bruno's smart. He should start asking. I hope he is. You got enough lawsuits right now. Come on, Bruno.
Oh yeah. By the way.
Oh, okay. We're excited.
I
Let's go.
Tia spotted a celebrity.
Oh yes, that's what I'm saying. Come on.
Like a TikTok celebrity.
Yes.
From Hawaii. Her name is Nikki.
They're millionaires. Keep going.
Oh yeah,
okay.
she's got
Yeah,
her name is.
okay.
Does anybody else follow her? Nikki. Her name is Nikki.
Nikki on TikTok.
I don't know her last name, but she lives in town
2 Ks
somewhere.
or a CK?
I feel like a CK.
A CK? Okay, all right. Sometimes they do 2 Ks to be fancy.
You never
right?
know.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you never know.
Nikki's
I'll have to go
on
look
TikTok.
her. So
okay.
Nikki, she just eats local Hawaiian foods and, all of that stuff. And she's just really popular because she's just like one of those girls who's like, she's down home.
Oh.
Right? She's just down home.
Nikki.
She speaks pidgin. She's all about the food and whatever. She's so cool. Anyway.
Okay.
So we're driving through Mililani and there's like on a Saturday morning they have like a whole community flea market going on and maybe some soccer, football. I can't remember what it was. we're driving, and Tia says we're in this small little winding street in the village in the town, and Tia goes, "Oh my God, there's Nikki!"
Hey, there's
Like
Nikki
that, from the front seat.
There's
I go,
Nikki.
"What? There's Nikki. There's Nikki."
It's Nikki. You don't know Nikki?
I go, Nikki. I go, which Nikki? And I thought she was talking about her friend, Nikki Paulino.
Like
I go,
Nicki
Nikki.
Minaj?
She goes, yeah, Nicki Minaj.
Nicki
I was excited. I want to
come
meet
on.
Nikki, right?
I wanna meet Nikki.
And she says, no, Nikki from TikTok. I go, bull, right? I go, turn around, Sean, turn around. Because Cerise really likes this girl. She can relate to her because she's a local girl, looks just like Cerise, grew up in Hawaii just like Cerise, has all of the trappings and the food and everything just like Cerise. Cerise watches her. And anyway, so I said, I got to go find her. So Sean makes this U-turn. I jump out.
Oh, God.
If anybody approached me like that, I would be creeped out. But I had zero self-respect. I go, Nikki! And she stops dead in her tracks, and she turns around and sees me coming up this hill in like full Karen mode, right? No, it's embarrassing, bro. I gotta admit, I'd be embarrassed for me because it was like, it was not a good look.
Nikki!
No, I did that. Oh God, and I said it so loud. Yeah, that was me. Thanks for.
This is great.
Thanks
I love
for,
it.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
keep going.
So
Best
she
story
turns
ever.
around, but this van blocks us because he's trying to back into the stall.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, oh, great, because she's going to go into the venue where she was heading into the soccer game or community fair or whatever. But it's a ticketed event, so I don't have a ticket. She's got a ticket. She could disappear. So I'm screaming. So everybody on the street now sees me. Hundreds of people are standing there, and I'm screaming her name, right? So we're separated by the van. The van backs in, and there's a clear shot to her. And she actually stayed and waited before. I think her partner went in, but she stood outside to see who this crazy Karen was that was looking for her. I did look like a Karen. I really did. And then I said, hey, Nikki. She goes, hey, how are you? And I said, I'm fine. I said, yeah, I'm that girl from Guam that asked you that something. She goes, oh, that was you. What you doing here? I said, yeah, we got a funeral to go to. She said, all the way from Guam. Oh, man, that's so cool. I gonna be on the radio? And I'm like, nah, I don't know about that, but apparently she is because I didn't want to brag because it was her moment. Anyway, she was cool. I was like, so I get it back in the car, and Tia's like, Tia says, I go, let's get out. Tia's like, no, I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I go, here's the thing, you guys. They're not going to remember you. Nikki is not going to remember. She's just going to remember the creepy chick that walked up to her to say, hey, blah, I'm a fan, right? But they like stuff like that. They do. They like it when you communicate and you're engaging with people. They want you to know. I mean, it wasn't like I was chasing down Beyonce, and I'm saying? I was just, it was Nikki. She's an influencer. She likes meeting, the people.
Okay.
I said me, running up the hill was a little much, but I didn't want her to stand there, just keep waiting for me, to come up the hill so I could, harass her. I wouldn't harass her, but only that was my.
Nikki.
Yeah, Nikki.
Hey, Nikki. She could be tuned in.
I doubt it, but yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm just a lot into, and plus that I'm on it. I'm a big TikTok user. In my spare time, it's mindless for me. Sometimes in places like Reddit or in places like Threads, I'm finding, and like on TikTok, I find on social media a lot of things that are breaking even before they break on mainstream. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You're the one who turned me on to Reddit. You're like going at so
it's addicting.
It is
Yeah,
addicting.
It's addicting, yeah.
But I get a lot of information from a different angle than I do just watching mainstream media. And I could do that all day. There's some of these, like News Nation, I was watching that in Honolulu. I thought that they were absolutely a great medium. I didn't watch CNN. I didn't watch Fox News. It was stuck on that channel pretty much in the living room. But you get a lot of really cool information about, stuff that's breaking. And most things there's like a lot of stuff that you don't see videos of things that people use in mainstream media that don't make the top grade, like what's important to people, like the lady who the Phillies game.
All right. The Phillies game.
Where she ran up to the kid.
Okay.
They were all scrambling for a home run ball.
Yes.
Yes. Batted into the stands. And so there was like a group of mice all running for the same cheese, and the dad gets it and he goes back to. It was a fair and square get.
Yeah.
He didn't like push anybody or jump on anything. It was a fair and square get.
Saw that catch.
Yeah.
Yes,
And so he runs back and he gives it to his kid whose birthday is nearby, right? So he gives it to his kid. Kid must have been like 10, 12 or something like that. That's America, bro. It's America. Football game. Couldn't get any more America than that. It was just a touching moment until Philly's Karen came flying through. Did you see that?
I saw her and I was like, wow.
The memes are hilarious. The memes, this poor lady, her life is ruined.
Yeah.
And it's like the guy, the other CEO of that company who literally stole the cap from the kid at the tennis match.
Yes.
That's the other one.
That's another one.
These desperate adults, trying to cash. And he's like, it's so gross. Anyway, so Philly's Karen has been, she was on TikTok and on Threads and on Reddit and on Instagram long before I even saw the first story on mainstream media. And that was their kicker story. It's like one of those end of the newscast stories. I was like, brah. It's like Main Street versus Wall Street, I think, in this case, where people are ruling right now, right? Everyday folks like you and me are ruling right now. We're protesting. We're saying, hell no, we're not going to take it anymore. We're out there being, peacefully protesting and saying things and challenging our leaders and challenging democracy, or not challenging democracy, trying to preserve as much of it. This is what democracy looks like. Yes, it is. That's the protests that are happening. And, they've lost touch so much, our elected leaders. They lost touch with what it is that the constituents really want. And that's why I was trying to make it a point that this is a fail or a give on this whole thing about the BPT and the governor versus the legislature on this veto of this budget bill. There's going to be a lot to look for.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna. There's a lot to look for here, and that is going down the line of who's in favor of this override, who's not in favor of this override, and how that's going to go. We already know who did not vote for the budget bill. We've got two standouts that can be swayed, both of them or one of them or none of them. And that would be Joe St. Augustine. He's got amendments in there, so he's already got a deal. He's already got something he fought for in the budget bill. So overriding may be something that he would have an interest in. And both he and Tina Munya Barnes both voted for the 4.5% compromise amendment to rolling back the BPT. The most important person in this would be, let's start with the speaker. Number one in almost all ready for this override in the Republican caucus. You got Frank Bloss Jr. What's his stake in it? He wants a legislature's authority, budget authority respected. And I asked him that. I said it just like this, and he said, absolutely, that's what it comes down to. His key pressure point is to protect the institutional prerogatives. That's what his whole move is about. Yes, it is about the hospital. Yes, it is about the BPT and the rollback. But what we have to do is we have to dignify our vote, and the sanctity of that vote has got to prevail. You can't change your mind after weeks and weeks of arguing over it and you having a stand and things that went your way in compromise. You've got to stick to that. Clearly, we know Tony Atta, that's an override. He voted yes on both the BPT things. He's looking for caucus unity. He's the vice speaker, and that's Tony Atta's thing. Always been his thing. We've got Jesse Lujan. He's the majority leader. Override, definitely 100%. His key point is delivering relief to the businesses, and he also no, that's the key point. He just wanting relief. He made that point. Chris Duenas, I'm going down the list. Chris Duenas, definitely an override. He's the head of the finance chair. He even authored the rollback. So there's that. He has stake, a personal ownership of this bill. So definitely. Sean Gumatauto, he's another author of a 4% cut. He's been very vocal in this. We have seen Sean Gumatauto show his face in this as a first-time senator. and he is also going for the legislative integrity. Sabrina Salas Metanani, yes, on both of the steps for the BPT. Accountability to business base. That's what she's saying. We've clearly she's going to be influenced by those. We've also have Shelley Calvo. She's made clearly caucus is her thing as well. Same thing for Vince Borja, Telo Taitagui. She leans override, but she voted on 4% for 2026. But yes, on the 4.5%. And she's been skeptical of the amount of money that we're going to lose. So the swing vote's going to come from Joe. He supported the rollback, but he authored amendments. He could cross to override if he's given some assurances that GMH will have a backfill. The toss-up vote on this is Tina Munya Barnes. She had strong reservations about the 4.5, but she supported it. She will probably be swayed, I guess, by contingencies or something that will earmark GMH. That could be the thing that would sway her. And then you already know how everybody else voted. Terlahi voted against it. So did Chris Barnett. So did Sabrina Perez and Will Parkinson. I guess it remains to be seen. What's the implications? General election 2026. Don't let them tell you that it's not political. Don't let them say it. They may say how it isn't. Don't believe them because it's political. Always will be, always has been. Someone's going to be governor in a couple of years, and they're all vying for that spot. So, yes, it is political. It's now time to get out of here. We've got Challenge the Status Quo, and that will be with Melvin Wampat Bora. He's joining, and I also see somebody else who's in here as well. So that's what's going to happen right now. And then, of course, we'll come back to you this afternoon with the Bright Side with Polly Suba. 2 o'clock until 6 today. And thank you to Polly for hooking up. Thank you to Tanya Eubanks and to Melissa Savaras and to Charlie Hermosa for filling in on the afternoon so that Polly can sit in and keep us all on the right track. Right now, it is time to get out of here on Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
It's 10 o'clock, KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Dice.
Hey, Beaver Guam.